projection. Nia, what do you see?
Big projection, Wolf, in Florida, a contest we've been watching all night. CNN projects that the winner is Ron DeSantis, defeating Andrew Gillum tonight in that very closely watched race. Ron DeSantis, CNN projects, is the winner. Back to Wolf.
Thanks very much, Nia. We've got a huge projection right now. And CNN projects that Democrats will reclaim control of the U.S. House of Representatives, winning new power to take on the President of the United States. This is a very significant defeat for Mr. Trump, a historic accomplishment for the Democrats. Even though some House races remain undecided, CNN can now make this projection with a very high degree of confidence based on statistical models that track races that Democrats already have won and analyze races where they're leading significantly right now. Again, CNN can now project that Democrats will win the majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. Jake, this is a huge win for the Democrats, a huge setback for the president and for the Republicans.
It is, and this is going to be a big problem for President Trump going forward. If he thinks that the media is annoying, wait till he meets a Democratic House that has subpoena power and actually has the legal ability to force them to turn over documents. We're going to look like nothing compared to that. I mean, he is going to find an opposition that he has never really encountered before.
And we should also talk about the historic nature of what probably will happen. Which is the first female Speaker of the House in history, in U.S. history, is now poised to take the gavel again.
To be the second female Speaker of the House.
The first and a half, I don't know. But, you know, she's going to have a fight on her hands, but she's confident. And she was also confident that they were going to take back the House, and here we are. She knows how to count votes. If she knows nothing else, she certainly knows how to count votes. And so this is a moment that we should mark when it comes to that. And speaking of Nancy Pelosi, you talked about all the things that Democrats have said that they are going to do with their newfound power in the majority. One of the things is try to get Donald Trump's tax returns, which they have not been able to get.
Let me bring in Manu Raji right now, who's at Democratic headquarters. And Manu, they must be feeling pretty good.
They are feeling good. This crowd buzzing with excitement after this was just called. Getting the CNN projection. Now, I can tell you as this crowd is getting excited, there are Democratic members, chairmen of key committees, who are planning what they will do in a House majority. I spoke to two of those chairmen just earlier today. One, Elijah Cummings, the House Oversight Chairman, who told me they plan to use their committee rather aggressively, including to look into whether or not President Trump violated the clause of the Constitution that prohibits federal officials from receiving gifts from foreign governments. He told me that they may even seek President Trump's tax returns as part of their investigation. Now, I also spoke to Jerry Nadler, who's the chairman of the House, who will be the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee in the Democratic Congress. He said there are a range of issues that they are going to look into: family separation, gun safety laws, and he made it very clear. He said to me, quote, Trump is going to learn that nobody is above the law. Both him and Cummings say they plan to hold the Trump administration accountable, which they believe the Republicans did not do, which is why you will see a very aggressive push by these committees to do what the Republicans did not do when they had power here. We'll see this all play out in the coming weeks here, Jake and Wolf.
All right, Manu Raju at Democratic headquarters, apparently watching CNN on delay or something like that.
I think that Nancy Pelosi is going to be speaking over there fairly soon. We'll monitor that as well. Anderson, let's get back to you.
All right, Wolf, thanks very much. Back with the panel. Vin Jones, I don't know how many hours ago it was, you said this was heartbreaking. Where is your head now?
My heart has been restored. It is the end of one-party rule in the United States, thank God, and the beginning of a new Democratic Party. Younger, browner, cooler, more women, more veterans can win in Michigan, can win in Pennsylvania, can win in Ohio. We have the first Muslim women, first Native American women, of the first black woman from Massachusetts, first Latina from Texas. It may not be a blue wave, it's a rainbow wave. It's something happening out there, and I'm happy about it.
You know, can't deal with your mood swings.
Hey, listen, man, it's been a roller coaster, man. It's been a roller coaster.
You know, look, control is control of the House. That's what it is. And Elijah Cummings, who's going to control oversight, just said a few minutes ago he'd like to see Donald Trump's tax returns, which he will see, and there'll be all kinds of questions and oversight about how decisions were made that we don't know the answer to right now. And I know Rick and David, you're saying let him have it. Because you remember Newt Gingrich overreaching in 1994?
We were there.
Okay.
And you believe the Democrats are going to overreach?
Well, they're already done.
After tonight,
I mean,
How are they already doing
won, and they're already talking about it.
One at a time. Let the senator talk.
That's just insane.
I'm just,
Wait, let the senator talk, and then.
why would you want to do that? So, no, look, Republicans are feeling good tonight. I understand we lost the House, but probably the five biggest governor races, we're going to win 4 of them. And we're probably going to hold. I mean, Scott Walker, who is a zombie. You cannot kill Scott Walker. You just can't do it. You can. I mean, it looks like he's going to survive. I mean, that is a huge win. Number one. Number two, the Senate races. We're going to pick up 3, 4, maybe even 5 seats by the end of the night. No, we didn't know that. I mean, the fact that we have done this well in spite of what has seemed like this wave is a real testament to the President of the United States and what he did.
And most importantly, all the big emotional races have gone in favor of Republicans, right? All the big emotions, the Beto.
Well, I think that's what you were reacting to.
The Florida races. The 2 Florida races. All the big emotional races that suck the oxygen out of this race.
I'll give you that. Listen, and Andrew going down hurts my heart. Andrew Gillum going down in Florida hurts my heart. I've known the guy for 10 years. He's a great person. He's been a great governor. Seeing Stacy struggle hurts. Seeing Beto get stopped hurts. All that stuff hurts emotionally, psychologically. But mathematically, we had a wave. You got a popular vote, and you got a takeover. And you guys. Look, you've gotten away with a bunch for 2 years. I know you think it's going to be great to, now Donald Trump gets a foil. A subpoena is not a foil.
So you think there is a real deal? You think this was a wave?
Mathematically, listen, we had, because of the gerrymandering, we had to get more than 10. We had to win by more than 10% just to do what we just did. But you look at the popular vote, it's a wave. You look at the numbers, it's a wave.
Okay.
And so,
Governor.
Everybody knew that it was a hugely difficult map for the Democrats in the Senate. So I know that Trump will claim that as
the media didn't know.
Would you just finish? Let me finish. In the House, however, if we get to the numbers that CNN may be projecting, that is a wave on the House side. And can I just say, so much of that wave is being propelled by women. The women so far who have flipped, more than half of the seats are women. So, and I think
that is true. We should take a step back, though, and it really does reinforce kind of the notion of the divisions within our country, because what you've seen is the suburban areas becoming a hub for Democrats. And the thing that happened tonight that was sort of unexpected was that in those next ring districts that included suburbs and some rural areas, ex-urban areas, there are some of the races in Virginia, like the 7th in Virginia. There are a couple of races in Illinois like this. Democrats won races that frankly weren't considered prime opportunities for them. So, but there's no doubt that the suburbs have shifted from a Republican base to a Democratic base.
All those things I think are true and can be true, but I think you can also look at the results tonight. If you're President Trump, and you can say, my political instincts are generally still pretty good. I still know how to get my people out, and I still know how to pull it out in the places where I need to. I think the dynamics in the suburbs are clear. They're very clear. Republicans are having a really hard time. Democrats did have a wave in terms of the number of seats they needed in order to do that. But President Trump's candidates, some of them unlikely, like Ron DeSantis, pulled it out in some of these places. And President Trump was saying to his advisors, I know how to get my people energized. I know how to get them out. And in politics, we all know there is no moral victory. If you win by 1 point, you win. And that's what President Trump.
And Republican governors in Wisconsin, Ohio, and Florida are extremely important in 2020. Right? Big ones, right?
Yeah, no, Florida's no just random state that he feels that he has his political acumen in. That is pretty critical. I just want to underscore David's point about the suburbs with some numbers and Jennifer's point about women. It's not just female candidates that
have driven this. It's the female voters that have driven this as well. The divide here among women, who made up 52% of the electorate, they went for the Democrats by 20 points, 59 to 39. I mean, that is just huge. The suburbs, 4 years ago, when the Republicans had a really good night, they won the suburbs by 12 points. It was an even draw in the suburbs between the parties. And independent voters have completely bailed on the president. He won them by 4 points. I think we forget that all the time because we talk so much about his base. He won them 2 years ago by 4 points. Losing them by 12 points tonight, the Republican Party is. So there is, Anderson, we have talked for weeks leading up to this election. There were two different universes on the ballot today. The battle in the Senate taking place in Trump country, and the battle for the House is this restructuring of the great American sort. And these suburban independent voters have issued their verdict on the first half of the Trump's first term.
David Axelrod, as someone who worked in the Obama White House, can you just explain to viewers sort of the impact of Democrats taking control of the House in terms of, I mean, if they are going to, as Senator Santorum says, you know, play a hand too much and start all sorts of investigations, what kind of an impact? What is the White House? Because Sarah Sanders tonight said it was a good night for the president.
Well, look, there was enough certainly for him to grab onto. As Abby said, the Senate races that were won in Florida being a big prize. He can feel good about that. He shouldn't feel good. I know Rick and I have had a discussion about this before. He may feel good tonight about losing the House and losing it by a fairly significant number. He's not going to feel good about it down the line, because I can tell you from being in the White House and watching the party, your party, lose the House and lose the Congress, it really changes life in the White House because you're constantly under scrutiny, subpoenas fly, and you have to play defense in a way that you didn't have to play defense before. So he thinks of this all as kind of a reality show, and he can position himself versus the Democrats and hope for overreach and so on. But some of those things are going to turn up matters that are deeply, deeply.
I would counter that in saying this, that the president has been under scrutiny like no other president in the history of our country for the past 2 years. And you say, well, it's a different kind of scrutiny. Yeah, but
it's a scrutiny with a subpoena.
I understand that.
Oh, Mueller has a subpoena power.
But it's also a scrutiny he can fight back on a lot more fairly and not cause the kind of disaffection in the American public by fighting back. It is traditional for a president to fight the other party in the Congress. It is not traditional, and it has alienated a lot of voters for him to fight who he's been fighting for the last 2 years. And who's that? The media. Okay, that's who he's been fighting. That's who's been putting the scrutiny on him. Now he can turn his attention away from the media, not do some, not that he will not call fake news and I'm not saying that. But he will now focus his attention on an area that is less problematic electorally for him. And that's an advantage to him. It really is a huge advantage.
Can I say something, though, about what fine, the Democrats are going to do mean stuff to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump will make hay of it. That's fine. You know what Democrats are also going to do? I hope and pray we will also start talking about the reason people went out there and fought for this dadgum victory. People were out there pounding on those doors in all those states where we won and where we lost, not just because we're mad at Donald Trump. This economy everybody's talking about is not working well for everybody. People can't see doctors. People can't go to college because they can't pay for it. The rents are going up. People have real problems. And I tell you what, if Democrats want to be worthy of what just happened, I think we've got to be able to listen, make Donald Trump and the Republicans in the Senate say no to a bunch of stuff that people need, and then we're going to be.
From a political sense, just from a political sense, a lot of these victories that are being won in places that are in the center, right, with a lot of independent support. So those candidates are going to have to battle right away, day one, to keep those seats, and they're going to want to say, we brought home something. So an infrastructure bill, something like that. Something, there's
so that's the question. I'm sorry, Gloria. The question is whether the president would, he's not really moored by ideological considerations.
Right.
And there is an opportunity for him to turn around and say, you know what, I'm going to cut some deals with these guys. Now, whether he'll do it on terms that Democrats can accept, whether that will alienate his base, although his base seems to be willing to follow him anywhere. then
You see, I think
But
there's
they
another
will get
opportunity.
him so angry. I mean, one of the reasons Bill Clinton survived when he lost control of the House was that he had this amazing ability to compartmentalize everything. And he could go out there and fight for his policy, and he wouldn't have been talking about the witch hunt. He wasn't talking about Whitewater or whatever else it was. I don't think Donald Trump has that ability. He doesn't compartmentalize. Everything goes from here to Twitter. And I think he's going to get involved in making the Democrats the enemy, which may work for him to a certain degree. But some of the questions they will be asking on policy, for example, why did you roll back? Why do you want to roll back pre-existing conditions on the Affordable Care Act? Those kinds of issues.
He's campaigned that he would never do that.
Well, but I think they can
His
make
lawyer
some
said
legitimate,
otherwise,
right, and they can make some legitimate arguments policy-wise, and he'll be punching back at them in every which way. And he just doesn't have the ability to do one thing at a
Here's what
time.
Donald Trump will do. Look, I agree with David. He is not ideological. He on immigration, on a whole host of issues, Donald Trump will go out there and will put deals on the table if he's smart. And I think he'll put deals on the table in front of Democrats. And there's no way they will accept that because they can't.
Well, the Republicans in the Senate?
They've got to
So
vote.
put the immigration proposal back on the
Will
table.
not allow the Democrats to compromise with this president, and that's what he's going to run against.
Yeah, you
he's
know
going to
what?
run
I'm
against
sorry,
a
So rather than
left-wing
focus on
Democratic House.
a future we can't predict, because we're not very good at predicting stuff,
Yes.
what does this say for the Democratic Party in terms of the divisions in the Democratic? But what do tonight's elections mean for the Democratic Party?
First of all, let's not forget that even though Andrew Gillum wasn't able to make history and Stacy Abrams wasn't able to make history, Jared Polis did make history as the first gay governor in Colorado. That's a big deal. A lot of these things are positive. Here's what did happen. There was a test that I think a wing of the party was trying to run. And it was the idea that you could run a bold, populist, unabashedly progressive, multicultural, multiracial candidacy and win. That was the thesis of an Andrew Gillum, the thesis of a Stacy Abrams, the thesis of a Ben Jealous in Maryland, the thesis of a Paulette Jordan in Idaho, and Beto in Texas. All five so far failed. That is a big development. That's a sobering development. Is it not possible to run those kind of races and win? Or
I mean, the counter argument, I guess there's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in New York.
Sure, she did well.
But those are smaller.
On the other hand, the other experiment that we ran, which was strong women, veterans, etc., that paid off better.
Moderate.
Some moderate, some not.
moderate.
Some moderate, some not. That paid off better. So now the reality is Donnelly and some other moderates also went down. So there's now going to be a soul searching in the party to figure out if you get within 1%, is that good or bad? That's a soul search.
We got some more projections. I want to go back to Wolf.
That's right. A bunch of projections that CNN can make at this point. In Michigan, we can project that Gretchen Whitmer wins that race, defeating Bill Schuette. This is a pickup for Democrats in Michigan. In California, CNN can project that the winner there is Gavin Newsom, defeating John Cox in that race. Also in Hawaii, CNN projects that the winner there is David Ige. He is the incumbent. He holds on to his job in Hawaii. And another projection that CNN can make at this point will go to Republicans now. In Ohio, this is a big, big win for Republicans. CNN projects that the winner of that race is Mike DeWine, defeating Richard Cordray. Donald Trump, of course, went to that state in the waning days. In Arizona, CNN can project that the winner there is Doug Ducey, the incumbent there. He defeats David Garcia. Also, another projection that CNN can make now in Maryland, the governor's race there, the incumbent Larry Hogan, CNN projects going on for a second term, defeating the former NAACP president Ben Jealous. In Nebraska, CNN can project that the winner in that race, the incumbent Pete Ricketts, holding on to his job there, defeating Bob Christ. And let's go now to more projections in Vermont. CNN projecting here that the incumbent Phil Scott also hanging on to his job, defeating Christine Halquist. More projections from CNN. Wyoming, CNN projects that the winner of that governor's race is Mark Gordon, defeating Mary Throne in that red state. And we'll go back to Wolf and Jake at this point.
Nia, thanks very much. Lots happening right now. The governor's races, the Senate, it's going to be in the Republican majority still. The House is going to be the Democratic majority. Divided government will continue.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map here of the governor's offices. We're still waiting to hear, but there's some really significant ones that we should point out. First of all, the projection, we didn't really have a chance to talk about it, but the idea that Ron DeSantis is going to be the next governor of Florida, winning over Andrew Gillum, is quite significant. The fact that Mike DeWine is going to be the next governor of Ohio, keeping that state in Republican hands, that's going to be quite significant. And why do I say it's going to be significant? It's going to be significant because of the 2000 presidential election. Those are two incredibly important states. President Trump and the Democrats will be competing heavily for them. And the fact is that there will be Trump supporters in the Capitol, in the governor's offices of both of them. So that's quite significant when it comes to the governor's offices. And then we're waiting to hear from still a few others.
Yeah, and look, I mean, remember the context of this. The governor's mansions were a place where Republicans had made a lot of gains over the past several years. And this election, Democrats were hoping to chip away at it big time. They did in some cases, but these two examples, Jake, that you just put up there are big heartbreaks for Democrats. Obviously, the biggest is Florida, because they were really hoping that Andrew Gillum would make history as the first African-American governor there, and that his sort of brand of campaigning, the happy warrior, would rule the day, and it didn't. And in Ohio, for the reason you just said, it's obviously such a key state on a presidential level, at least has been. It's been more Republican recently, but also because they thought that they had a strong Democratic candidate there who didn't make it.
Let's take a look at the results coming in some of the gubernatorial contests. Take a look at this in Iowa right now. You can see Fred Hubble, the Democrat, he's slightly ahead of Kim Reynolds, the incumbent Republican, by about 17,000 votes. Take a look at Wisconsin right now. You see Tony Evers slightly ahead of the incumbent Republican Governor Scott Walker, ahead by about 14,700 votes. A very, very close race there. In Georgia right now, let's take a look at Georgia. You see Brian Kemp, the Republican. He is ahead, significantly ahead over Stacy Abrams, the Democratic candidate for governor of Georgia, ahead by about 250,000 votes. That's pretty significant, Jake, with 90% of the votes in.
And I have to say, I am struck once again, as I was 2 years ago, and maybe I should stop being struck by this, but I'm struck at how wrong the polling was in so many of these places. Obviously, there were polls that showed Andrew Gillum winning the governor's office in Florida. There were polls suggesting that it was neck and neck in Georgia between Stacy Abrams and Jeff Kemp. It looked to several people like Mike DeWine was not going to win tonight, an Ohio governor. So once again, I don't want to be mean to my friends and who work in the polling industry, and I understand the margin of error is something that we in journalism and the public don't emphasize enough. But once again, it does seem like there are some Republican votes that people are not able to pick up.
That's the key.
Right, because they're always polling wrong.
That's the key, and that is what I'm sure you're hearing this from Republicans tonight, as I am. Once again, they're crowing, rightly so, about not the House. The House is a whole different story.
Yeah, no.
But in the Senate and in some of these governor's races that we've called for Republicans, Republicans have outperformed the polls. The thing that they also have in common is the president. The president has gone into a lot of these places and campaigned, and the vice president, for the Republicans. And, you know, we're going to analyze this later, but the question is whether that hidden vote is connected to the president in some of these races.
That's absolutely a possibility, especially in these states that are Trump states.
Yeah, exactly.
Ohio, Georgia, Florida. If he was able to rally the base, I mean, I don't know if that's it, or the pollsters don't know how to measure the Trump support out there. It's entirely possible that there's a whole level of voter that doesn't want to tell pollsters that they're supporting President Trump, doesn't respect pollsters, or they're just not able to reach them. I don't know.
We're waiting to hear from Nancy Pelosi. She's getting ready to speak in Washington. We'll have coverage of that, as we go over to John King at the Magic Wall. Nancy Pelosi had strongly predicted the Republicans would lose the majority in the House of Representatives. Guess what? She was right.
She was right, and now she has a very difficult challenge as she speaks tonight to try to convince the new House Democratic majority she should lead it, because many of the new members coming in either said outright they won't vote for her or are very skeptical of that. The challenge will be, how big is the margin? How can Nancy Pelosi make the case we needed 23? We got to 30+ because of me, because of my fundraising. That will be her challenge. So we'll see what she says. Very important, the message she sends tonight, not only to the House Democrats whose votes she wants, but also to President Trump and to the country about the climate. Jake's been talking about the oversight, the investigations. Some of those liberals coming in will want impeachment. So you look at the map. This is where we are now. This is misleading in the sense that 204 Republicans are leading in their districts, but 192 Democrats are leading. But we've already projected this because we know as we go west, the Democrats will pick up these races. So let's go here and look just at this. These are your flips. Leading so far, 36 Democrats ahead in Republican-held districts. So the Democrats have a chance to keep building, especially as we start counting as we go out west. Let's come and look at it from another perspective. Turn this off. Uncalled pickups at the moment. Still 14 Democrats in the races where we have votes leading in districts currently held by Republicans. So we know Democrats are going to take the majority. The question is their final victory 30, 35? Can they get to 40? And in this big debate about the wave, I think that's the mixed signal. The mixed signal America is sending yet again tonight. Hillary Clinton wins the popular vote. Donald Trump wins the presidency. You look at these House majorities. Democrats are going to take the House majority. Republicans may add to their Senate majority. But the governor's races. So if you look just at the House and you're looking at this, number one, from coast to coast, Democrats are making gains. That's the argument Nancy Pelosi will make, that if you go back, let's just look at the House where we began the night. Look at all this red. This is where we began the night. Just look at all this red in here, right? And I just want to come back to where we are now. Where we are now, let me take this off. Where now you're starting to see blue in places that were red. So the Democrats are going to say we are rebuilding as a national party when it comes to the House. There's no question Republicans still dominate out here, but Democrats are putting some blue in places that have been red for a long time. The question is, well, how high can they go? And again, if you look at the uncalled, we're still waiting in California, so we don't know what's going to happen out here. Let's come back to some of these races here. You see, look at the districts here. Let's pick this one in Minnesota. Can you knock off another Republican incumbent here in Minnesota? This has been the quirky state, if you will. Republicans have led in some Democratic districts here tonight, while the Democrats have been doing well in the region otherwise. Is this one going to hold up? Montana, only at 32%. The lead has gone down a little bit in this race. The Republican was favored in this race. We shall see what happens out there. Then you start going to the west. Let's just see which district this is in Washington State. Republican incumbent losing, but just barely, 437 votes. So when you see them, especially as it starts to populate, Democrats leading or Republicans leading out on the West Coast, let's remember for the next hour or so, we're going to be very early results. But Democrats are still leading. Another potential pickup here. They've already had some in Texas. This is a potential pickup here. Another Republican incumbent. MJ Hager is the candidate there for the Democrats. So the Democrats, some gains in Texas. Again, in an election where you're talking about Republicans picking up Senate seats, but the Democrats picking up the House, where the Democrats is picking them up, is actually quite interesting. Georgia is another example. Of the two seats we were watching here, we're at 84% right here. The Democrat Carolyn Bourdeaux ahead of Republican incumbent. That's a decent lead, but we're still at 84%. This was a district on the watch list earlier. It's not over yet, but Karen Handel, who won the special election for this race, is on path. Looks like she's on path to hold her seat in Congress right there. So if you're looking at it, what you're seeing here are the races we have not called yet, where Democrats have an opportunity to pick up. So if you're watching at home, you're saying, hey, wait a minute, there's more in Virginia. Yes, there are. There's more in Pennsylvania. Yes, there are. Those are the races that we've called. Let's just see, how high can the Democrats go? Here's one. We've been watching this one all night. The Democrats starting to stretch that lead out. That's another potential opportunity in New Jersey. Let's move up here. This one here, Leonard Lance, a moderate Republican, losing. This lead has held up. We're at 95% right now. So one of the things you will see as you're watching this map, I want to come back to this. And let's blank this out for a second. Just want to show you. These are the top suburban districts in the United States of America. Now let's overlap that with flips. Hold this up here. Bring this up here. Watch the suburban seats. This is what's happening when it comes to the House. The Democrats are flipping suburban Republican seats.
We got to go to Dana. She's got some projections in the Senate.
That's right. Well, 4 projections, 4 Democratic women going back to the U.S. Senate. Let's start with California. CNN can project that Dianne Feinstein will go back for another term in the U.S. Senate. Now let's go to Hawaii. Mazie Hirono will also, CNN can project, go on for another term in the U.S. Senate. And Minnesota, this is a special election. Tina Smith was appointed. Now she will go and fill out the rest of Al Franken's term. Washington State, Maria Cantwell, CNN can project, will get another term as well. Now let's look at where things stand. Oh, sorry, let's go to Mississippi. This is a special election, and it will go to a runoff because the rules are in Mississippi, if nobody gets 50.1%, then they're not going to win outright. There will be a special election November 27th. Let's look at what the balance of power is right now, given all of what we just said. 42 Democrats right now, 50 Republicans. They've had 2 pickups so far this evening. 8 seats remain. Now I want to go to some of the other races that are still outstanding, some of the really important battlegrounds at this hour. Arizona, look at how close Arizona is. This is an open Republican seat. Martha McSally is hoping to keep it in GOP hands. She is ahead by just a little more than 13,000 votes. Kyrsten Sinema, the Democrat, is trying to snatch it and make this a rare Democratic pickup for today. We'll see if that happens. Now let's go on to Missouri. This is big-time Trump country. Josh Hawley, the Republican challenger, is ahead, 54.8%. Claire McCaskill is trailing in a big, big way, 42.2%, 78% of the vote in there. This could be a pickup for the Republicans as well. Same goes for Florida. Look at how tight this is. Rick Scott, the Republican challenger, is ahead, though, 50.4%. The incumbent, Bill Nelson, is trying to go for a 4th term in the U.S. Senate. He is trailing Rick Scott in this race in Florida, 99% of the vote in. Montana, let's look at this. This is another one of those states that is Trump country. The Democrat, John Tester, is the incumbent. He's trying to keep it in Democratic hands. Right now, he is ahead of his Republican challenger, Matt Rosendale, with 29% of the vote in. I want to head over to Anderson and the panel. Anderson.
Yeah, Dana, thanks very much. Still in that Montana race, still a lot of votes to be counted, 29%.
Yeah, a lot of votes to be counted. But, you know, I went out there and covered the Tester race, and he's very popular. And Matt Rosendale was a real estate developer from Maryland.
The president has really gone after him, though.
4 times he went to that state, and there was one reason: payback for Dr. Ronnie Jackson, because Tester called Jackson the Candyman.
Right, he wanted the White House physician to be head of
the Veterans Administration. And I should say that Jackson is still under investigation. But the president thought he was a great guy, although he did admit at this rally maybe he wasn't qualified, but he was a really good guy, and he should have gotten through.
And it will be interesting to see whether or not the president making this about that one issue will actually end up saving John Tester, because every time he went to Montana, he would say, I'm only here because of what John Tester did to my candidate, not because I'm here to rally for the person actually running. So that could have been maybe a mistake on the president's part.
And
not
also
being as
Gian
authentic
Forte,
as
by
he
the
needed
way.
to be.
Gian Forte, who is the House candidate, is now running behind. I don't know if that's going to hold, but the president also said, you know, when I saw that he body slammed that reporter,
that was not
that's my
helpful.
kind of guy. That's my kind of guy. I don't think that was helpful.
Well, it's also true about Montana that it has a history, despite the fact that it went for Trump by 20 points, has a history of electing Democratic senators. I think 50 of the last 53 senators from Montana have been Democrats.
And it's got a Democratic governor.
And governor.
Yes,
exactly. I mean, what are your thoughts on this issue of polling? I mean, we touched on it a little bit before, but I mean, there were races as of yesterday. Polls were showing.
Listen, I think this is an ongoing problem, and if you talk to pollsters, they will concede they're having a hard time adjusting to the change in the way people communicate and reaching people. You know, when people have landlines, it was easy. So many pollsters are experimenting with, you know, doing more of it online and variations on that. I think this is going to prompt another round of soul searching about whether and how you can poll accurately, because a lot of these races that were blowouts tonight, or apparently blowouts tonight, polled as tight races.
Why bother, right, at this point, right? If you can just throw a dart at a board and say that's as close as all these polls were. I mean, they were completely off.
I hope they figure it out.
Because what, Jennifer Granholm, what would you do with your time if you couldn't look through all those New York Times?
I don't want to be the guy that has to defend polls.
But for the candidates as well, I mean, it seems like their polls are often off.
Everybody's off.
But one thing did prove to be true, which was this sense that for suburban women, there was a disquiet there, and that does seem to have translated, maybe not in the same numbers, but the direction.
And I think there were a couple other things that are true.
And I think something about that I think is important, which is that there was this view, well, look, you guys are doing well economically, so you should just go along with this nonsense. And it turns out that for some people, some things are more important than money. That the economy going up while society's coming apart is actually a problem, and that there are people who will vote, I mean, even against their economic interests for the country, and that's a good thing.
Can I just make one small point? There is something called a margin of error. Exactly. And these races in Florida, they actually fell within the margin of error. It's just some of these other races that were predicted to be close.
Georgia doesn't look to be within the margin of error, and Missouri doesn't look to be. But I will just say this: just again, if you look at polling, I think it is best to look at the aggregate of polling, right? So we can do individual races, but a president below 50% or hanging out in the low 40s suffers big losses for his party in the House. That seems to have held up here. And I do think also, if you just look at a lot of the forecasting that was out there, Harry Ent and our guy included, which looks at all the aggregate.
Nancy Pelosi is on the stage, and I think she's going to be speaking. Let's listen.
How are you feeling? I'm going to ask my colleagues to join us here. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Let me salute our chair of the Democratic National Committee, Chairman Perez, for all the successes tonight. Chairman Perez, where'd he go? Where'd he go? And also want to salute the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Aren't we proud of Ben Ray Lujan? Ben Ray Lujan. And I want to acknowledge my two grandsons, Thomas and Paul, as they wave to their other cousins, and Bella in California, who's still campaigning up until the last minute in California, because it's all about the children. I want to, before I thank all of you more fully, thank my colleagues and acknowledge their leadership and their presence here. Our distinguished whip from Maryland, Steny Hoyer. The assistant leader, Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina. Also, let's assume they're all distinguished. Bobby Scott of Virginia. And Eshu of California. G.K. Butterfield of North Carolina. Barbara Lee of California. Henry Cuellar of Texas. Karen Bass of California. Don Beyer of Virginia. And Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania. We all join in thanking all of you. Many of you are our VIPs, our real VIPs, our volunteers in politics. The women and men who've mobilized in historic numbers, who saw what this GOP Congress was doing and refused to stand still. Every call you made, every door you knocked, every text you sent, every conversation you had made the difference between winning and losing in this election. Thanks to you, we owned the ground. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, tomorrow will be a new day in America. Remember this feeling, know the power to win. And almost all congratulations to those dynamic, diverse, incredible candidates who have taken back the House for the American people. Let us salute all of our candidates. All of our candidates. Today is more than about Democrats and Republicans. It's about restoring the Constitution's checks and balances to the Trump administration. It's about stopping the GOP and Mitch McConnell's assault on Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, and the health care of 130 million Americans living with pre-existing medical conditions. Let's hear it more for pre-existing medical conditions. It's about ending wealthy special interest free reign over Washington, but more than anything, it's about what a new Democratic majority will mean in the lives of hardworking Americans. That's what it's about. Democrats pledge a Congress that works for the people. For the people. Lower the cost of health care by lowering the cost of prescription drugs. Raise workers' wages with strong economic growth by rebuilding the infrastructure of America. Clean up corruption to make Washington work for all Americans. We will take real, very, very strong legislative action to legislate to negotiate down the price control of prescription drugs that is burdening seniors and families across America. We will deliver a transformational investment in America's infrastructure to create more good-paying jobs, rebuilding our roads, bridges, schools, water systems, broadband networks, and schools and housing and beyond. We will drain the swamp of dark interest money in our elections, because when we do, Americans have greater confidence in everything their Congress works on, from health care to taxes to guns to clean air and clean water for our children, when they know that the people's interest will prevail, not the dark special interest. In stark contrast to the GOP Congress, the Democratic Congress will be led with transparency and openness, so that the public can see what's happening and how it affects them, and that they can weigh in with the members of Congress and with the President of the United States. We will have accountability, and we will strive for bipartisanship with fairness on all sides. We will have a responsibility to find our common ground where we can, stand our ground where we can't, but we must try. We have a bipartisan marketplace of ideas that makes our democracy strong. A Democratic Congress will work for solutions that bring us together, because we have all had enough of division. The American people want peace. They want results. They want us to work for positive results for their lives. Our founders believed in a principle that they knew must guide our nation. First, in our Declaration, they promised life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But they gave us guidance, e pluribus unum, from any one. The founders could never have imagined how vast our country would become, how many we would be, how different we would be from each other. But they knew we had to be one. Unity. Unity for our country. And that today the American people have spoken to restore that vision. With this new Democratic majority, we'll honor the vision of our founders for a country having a legitimate debate, but remembering that we are one country. We'll honor the sacrifices of our men and women in uniform and their families who have made us the land of the free and the home of the brave. To build a better future worthy of their sacrifice. And we must honor and respect the aspirations of our children. Elections are about the future and what we do for our children's future. So thank you all for making the future better for all of America's children. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you all very much.
We have Nancy Pelosi with some very tired grandkids. Very adorable. You were sorry.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, like, we had this discussion during the break about President Obama going out and campaigning and all these big races that he had, and everywhere he went, he lost.
Lost everything.
President Trump went out, and they're all kind of coming home. So at the end of the day, you kind of look at that, is it, the celebrity factor? I think it's a big deal. And just to point out
think
again,
that's a tweet we're going to hear from President Trump.
Just to, yeah, exactly. I kind of preempted it. And just to point out for viewers, I know there's a redistricting taking place, but there was a big loss. The Clinton first term, big loss. Obama, bigger loss. And so this 30 or 35 seats is relatively pretty small.
Well, look, I first of all, I love Obama, and I hope he goes out more. But listen, we had a popular performance bigger than the Tea Party. The Tea Party, 6.8% in terms of your margin. We had 9% apparently tonight. The reason is you gerrymandered the map so bad that even when we have a 9% victory like that, we can't get all the seats.
Somehow that doesn't ring true in Pennsylvania, though. Right?
Well, and that's another good point. And in Pennsylvania, the only place where you had an impartial judge
impartial? They're Democrats. They're elected by Democrats.
Yes. David Jelly, let's just talk big picture for viewers who are just kind of joining. How do you see tonight, big picture, and what this means moving forward?
Well, listen, the President of the United States received a report card on his first 2 years in office, and one of the houses of Congress went the other way in a pretty dramatic fashion. And so there is a rebuke here of the president, and there is evidence that the president maintains his unique ability to bring out voters in parts of the country that are very supportive of him, which is why they're adding seats to their total in the Senate. I would not sit back, though, and just say, split decision, Democrats won the House and Republicans won the Senate, because Donald Trump is going to wake up tomorrow morning in a whole new world as President of the United States, dealing with an opposition party House. That has not been part of the story the last 2 years. And he is going to be dealing with that Democratic House because he has sent independent and suburban voters across the country fleeing from what was part of his coalition in 2016. That is so. The one thing, Anderson, I think about with the Trump presidency, I always ask every day for the last 2 years, am I seeing him do anything to try to broaden his coalition from what it was on Election Day 2016? And in his governing style and his tone, he has not shown a desire or an ability to really broaden his coalition. And so if I'm Donald Trump's political advisors looking at the night, preparing for 2020, my first thought is, how are we going to get those independent voters and some of those suburbanites back into the fold that we lost tonight?
Yeah, I don't think, and I think that's a very difficult task. And what happened tonight shows you the different terrain that Donald Trump is playing on in the Senate, in red states, rural America, versus the terrain in the House, which is growing, okay? These are suburban, moderate, well-educated, white voters who now comprise, what, 50, 60% of the Democratic Party. I mean, the Democratic Party is not the blue-collar party anymore. The Democratic Party is what I was just talking about. And that has changed, except for minorities. Except for minorities. And so I think, you see the country being split, and you see Donald Trump saying, okay, I'm with them. I'm gonna stick with my folks in those other states. But if you want to win another presidential, you can't defer the inevitable.
But you don't have to win 50 states. You have to win enough to win the Electoral College.
The dynamic tomorrow is as much about the Democrats as it is about the Republicans. I think tomorrow morning, Donald Trump wakes up with a Republican Party that is more beholden to him than they were yesterday, because the people who couldn't run on him lost. And the people who are left need him more than ever before. And I think the Republican Party is going to more and more tomorrow and the day after become more like Trump. They're going to be running with this president in 2020, and that's going to totally change the dynamics.
Do you think the party's more energized tonight, tomorrow morning, than they were today? I guarantee you they are.
And I would say that's true on the Democratic side as well.
I just wonder, I agree with what David said. I just... You can't win playing base politics. He drew an inside straight in 2016, and it's going to be hard to win re-election if he just plays base politics.
The Democrats are certainly celebrating their major victory, retaking control of the House. We're breaking down what this all means for the Trump presidency in the next 2 years. We have a lot more ahead. We'll take a short break on Election Night in America.
But there's been some more surprises. Let's take a look at some of them. Oklahoma,
So you look at the national map. Democrats have gone ahead in races leading. We know they're going to win the majority. The question is, how high can you go? They have 217. They're leading in 35. Every election, Wolf, there's one or two where you scratch your head and you say, huh? Let's go to central Oklahoma. Right here, the 5th Congressional District, Steve Russell, 100% of the vote in, Kendra Horn, winning. A Democrat, winning in the middle of Oklahoma. And I'm texting Republicans saying, what happened? They say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's what they're saying. This used to be Jim Lankford's seat. He became the senator from Oklahoma. If you go back to 2016, Steve Russell wins his seat with 57% of the vote. Go back to 2014, Republican year, Steve Russell wins his seat, 60% of the vote. Let's fast forward here. In a year when Republicans can't afford to have any giveaways, because every giveaway increases the Democratic majority, Republicans are scratching their head today saying, why did one of their incumbents in what should be a safe Republican district, where there was a race for governor, it was a more competitive maybe than Democrats are losing. They lost the race for governor. But you did have the race for governor. This is Oklahoma City. You do have a little bit of an African-American population here, more of a Democratic base than anywhere else in Oklahoma. But this is a safe Republican seat. And you have a Republican incumbent on a night when the big question is, how much higher from 23 can Democrats go? This is a gimme. And so remember when Joe Crowley, the member of the Democratic leadership, lost his primary in New York? People said he didn't pay attention, he wasn't going home, he wasn't doing the math, he wasn't doing the work. That's the conversation about Republican incumbent Steve Russell tonight. Yeah. As you look for Democrat pickups, and you're looking all across the country, yes, the Democrats are picking up seats from coast to coast. One place we did not expect to see one is right there in the middle of Oklahoma. But there it is. And guess what? If you're Nancy Pelosi, you're seeing how high you can go, you're happy. Yeah. Can you hold that seat in 2 years? We'll see. But you got it now for 2 years. We'll see how it goes.
And just how happy she was. Wisconsin governor's race looks like a surprise developing.
So switch over to the governor's race. Scott Walker, the ultimate survivor when it comes to the governor of Wisconsin, did not do well as a 2016 presidential candidate. But Tony Evers, ahead, 14,000 votes. We're at 82% reporting. Again, Scott Walker's been counted out before, so we'll count the final votes. But let's just go through and take a look. These gray areas where you don't see votes, very small rural counties, likely to go Republican. But I went through these a little bit earlier during one of the conversations. 1% of the state population, maybe 2% of the state population in these counties that are left out. So where are you looking? You want to come down here? Milwaukee County, 17% state population. Democrat has to do well here. Here's the question. Scott Walker has survived tough, close races before, right? Tony Evers getting 65% to 33%. Let's go back in time. Mary Burke, the Democrat, won here with 63%. So Tony Evers outperforming a little bit there. Let's come back down here. Move to the college town of Madison. Tony Evers, 75%, 93% of the vote in. Big Democratic base, college town, college area, suburbs. Got to turn them out. Let's go back in time and look. Again, overperforming Mary Burke here quite significantly here. So you come back out to the map, come back up to 2018 and look. You're looking at this map. Can Scott Walker pull it out at 82%? That's a pretty good lead. He's the ultimate survivor. We're going to watch this. But this would be a major upset. You talk about how happy the Republicans are to hold Ohio with Mike DeWine. This would be an upset in one of the states. The president likes to hand out his maps about Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. At the end of the night tonight, if this holds up, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin will have Democratic governors.
Interesting. What about Arizona, the Senate race right now?
Let's switch over to the Senate map. Let's head west. Let's bring it up and see what we got. 9,000 votes, 49 to 48.5, 57% of the vote in. Whew. Let's watch this out. It's a competitive race in Arizona. That, in and of itself, is an anomaly in the sense that Jeff Flake won easy when he last ran. John McCain had some interesting primaries, but he won when he was in the race. So where are you looking at? Maricopa County, this is your big Democratic base. 60% of the population. Look how close they're running. Look how close they're running. So you have Phoenix in the suburbs, then you get out here, it gets more rural, it gets more Republican. Very close combat there. Move up to this part of the state here. 61% for Kristen Sinema up here to 35%. This is going to be 50. This is going to be back and forth. But advantage McSally is you start to look at it. Again, this was Jeff Flake's seat. Let's just go back. 2012, Jeff Flake wins 49 to 46. So it was a closer race than I thought it was. If you go back in time, you watch where the blue is. See the red here. As we watch this play out tonight, again, Maricopa County, Jeff Flake barely won it 6 years ago. You come up here, the Democrat barely winning it right now. This is where most of your votes are in the state. So Kristen Sinema can keep her lead there. We'll see if she can keep it otherwise as we go. But this is, again, this critical now. We know Republicans will keep control of the Senate. The question is, do they grow? Democrats really want to flip this and flip Nevada to keep the to keep the Republican Party in the Senate a bit more tempered. So we'll keep counting here. That's very close.
Let's go walk over to Dana. You got some projections in the Senate. What's going on?
Wolf, in the Senate, we can. In the Senate, we can project that Republican challenger Josh Hawley will go on to be the next senator of Missouri. He is 38 years old. He will be the youngest senator, and he is beating the Democratic incumbent Claire McCaskill, who was out in Missouri. She was saying that she is going to do it again. She's going to beat the odds, but she didn't. Instead, she called Josh Hawley and conceded a short while ago. So that's a big win for Republicans, a big win for the president, who campaigned hard there. Let's go now to Michigan. Debbie Stabenow, CNN can project that she is going to go on to win another term, Democrat. Debbie Stabenow is keeping Michigan in Democratic hands. So let's look at what all this means for the balance of power as we speak right now. Democrats have 43 seats. Republicans, 51 seats. 3 pickups, 3 GOP pickups so far this evening, 6 seats remaining. Wolf and Jake.
Let's take a look at this, at the 6 seats that are remaining on my computer here. Right now, we see that Democrats have managed to hold on to West Virginia and New Jersey. You see them on the left side of the screen. On the right side of the screen, Tennessee stayed Republican, Texas stayed Republican. Democrats have lost Missouri, North Dakota, and Indiana. One might observe also, by the way, that all 3 of these Senate Democrats voted against Brett Kavanaugh for the Supreme Court. We still don't know what's going to happen with John Tester in Montana, but that does perhaps say something about Democrats in Republican states or in Trump-winning states. So right now, Republicans they've won control of the Senate. So now the question is, how big is the margin going to be? Let's give let's say that the current vote totals hold up, and Republicans win Florida. Let's say that the current vote totals hold up, and Republicans win Arizona. Let's give Mississippi special election that's probably going to happen in a runoff. Look at that, 54 votes, and I'm still not even factoring in what could happen in Nevada or Montana. I mean, Republicans are having a very, very good night in the Senate.
Mitch McConnell is watching right now, probably, and smiling from ear to ear because he worked incredibly hard alongside with the president, and that's a storyline that is quite different from the way the president worked or didn't work with the House Republican leaders, particularly the current Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, worked very hard to get the right candidates in there. Josh Hawley is a perfect example. He's currently the Attorney General. He won only 2 years ago. He made a pledge not to run for anything else until his term was up, until he was convinced by Mitch McConnell and the president, Republicans in Washington, please run, because they thought he was their best bet to take the seat, and they were right.
Yeah, good recruiting, but also nothing succeeds like having a good map. And the fact is, Democrats were fated with a horrible map. They had a whole bunch of Trump seats, Trump states where they had Democratic senators that they had to hold on to. They were playing defense all night,
You mentioned something I think that's really important that we haven't talked a lot about tonight, which is Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Because I was in North Dakota. I was in Missouri, and the Republicans there and even the Democrats admitted that the fact that the incumbent Democrats voted against Brett Kavanaugh, that was a huge boost for Republicans in those states, because it really got the Republican base going, and it was hard to turn it back. I mean, in particularly the case of Josh Hawley in Missouri, it was something that Claire McCaskill really couldn't get over.
Well, there were a lot of Republicans who were perhaps not the biggest fans of President Trump, had felt a little demoralized, and then they felt that a lot of Democrats were unfair to Brett Kavanaugh. They felt the Democrats piled on, and it really allowed people to come together, never Trump Republicans and pro-Trump Republicans and everyone in between, to rally around Brett Kavanaugh. And that did, in some cases, it's pretty clear, solidify the party and get them behind the Republican
candidates. When it comes to the Senate, a huge success for the President of the United States. He's already gloating. I assume he's gloating about the Senate, not the House of Representatives. Tremendous success tonight. Thank you to all. He just tweeted that a little while ago.
Let's just cut through that for a second. He just lost the House.
But he did manage to hold on to the Senate.
I know, and Mazel Tov. But the bottom line is, this is not a good night for President Trump. The Democrats have just retaken the House, and they're going to have subpoena power, and they're going to make his life a living hell. That's the bottom line.
That's an absolutely fair assessment, because you listen to you take a look at who are going to be the chairman of these various committees, these oversight committees in the House of Representatives, and they're going to certainly make the president's life pretty miserable.
Elijah Cummings is going to be in charge of House oversight and government reform. That's going to be very difficult for him. Maxine Waters is going to be in charge of House Financial Services. Adam Schiff in charge of Intel. That's quite a difference from Devin Nunes. Not to mention the fact that you're going to have a bunch of Democrats running committees who are going to be
Jerry Nadler is going to be chairman of the Judiciary
Committee. Who are
Committee.
going to get President Trump's tax returns.
Yeah.
They're going to get them. They're going to subpoena them. They're going to get them. And that is not something President Trump has done everything he could to prevent that from happening.
So that's a different dynamic. What isn't a different dynamic, and people might be gulping very hard when I say this, but what is likely to get worse is gridlock. Because another thing that I heard from a lot of these moderate Democrats when I was out watching them campaign is, you don't want to defeat me because there will be more gridlock. Because what we've seen, losing Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota, Claire McCaskill in Missouri, Joe Donnelly in Indiana, 3 moderate Democrats. They were painted as liberals, but they're moderate Democrats. And with those Democrats gone and reliably Republican votes in their place, it means that there's less discussion in the middle.
So President Trump, we're told from CNN's senior White House correspondent Jim Acosta, has spoken on the phone with the likely next Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Jim Acosta, tell us what you know.
That's right, Jake. The president did call Nancy Pelosi to congratulate her on the Democrats winning over control of the House. As you said, she is the likely incoming Speaker. We don't know for sure, but the fact that the president called Nancy Pelosi is a strong suggestion that he knows where things are going. And we should also point out, Jake, in just the last few minutes, you were having that conversation just a second ago about what will happen when the Democrats officially take control of the House. Kellyanne Conway, the White House counselor, was out here briefing reporters just a few moments ago, and I pressed Kellyanne Conway on what's going to happen. How is this White House going to respond? Does the White House have a plan for what will happen when Democrats take control of all of those committees, have subpoena power, and ask for those tax returns, conduct other investigations? She did not answer that question, but she did say when I pressed her on this and what they're going to do, what the president will do if Democrats ask for those tax returns, she said, quote, "I guess they could try." Jake, as you were just saying a few moments ago, they're going to do more than just try. They're going to push this White House, and it could cause a very big clash between 2 big branches of government. One other thing I should point out, I talked to a senior Republican source close to the White House, close to Capitol Hill, who said that the expectation is on the Republican side up on Capitol Hill is that all of this is going to be a, quote, major headache, not only for Republicans in Congress, but for this White House when Democrats take control of that House. This is something, Jake, as you know, during the campaign, President Trump refused to release those tax returns. Over the last 2 years as President of the United States, he has refused to release those tax returns. This is a major battle, a major fight to come between the White House and a newly Democratic House of Representatives come this January, Jay.
And thank you so much, Jim Acosta. And let's not forget that still hovering out there, and who knows what his schedule is, but perhaps he was waiting for the midterms to be over, is Robert Mueller, the special counsel investigating whatever happened or didn't happen with regards to obstruction of justice, any possible conspiracy with the Russian government. And now there is a body in Washington, D.C., a House in the House of Representatives, a chamber in Congress that is eager to hear what he has to say.
And potentially make all that information public as well.
Oh, absolutely, and take action.
That's
so.
right.
You know, it's nice for President Trump to tweet, a tremendous success. It's not a tremendous success, and he'll. Nice for President Trump to tweet, a tremendous success. It's not a tremendous success, and he'll see that in the next few days.
Very soon. All right, I want to go back to Anderson. Anderson?
Yeah, Jake, Wolf, thanks very much. So, Abby, I mean, are we basically headed for just next 2 years of complete gridlock? And, I mean, the president, congratulated Pelosi, acknowledging her call for bipartisanship, but does that seem less likely now?
Are we headed for complete gridlock? Probably. I think I'm old enough to remember when President Trump wanted to work with moderate Democrats on infrastructure, and that lasted for maybe 5 minutes. And part of the reason for that was because the president realized pretty quickly that it was more beneficial to him to fight Democrats. His supporters are motivated by that. They like to see him fighting for what he ran on. They like to see him going after these people who he has villainized on the campaign
The same, though,
trail.
could probably can be said of Democrats. It benefits them.
I think
to be seen as
that's exactly right. But from the president's perspective, is he going to want to compromise? I'm not sure that he will. I think he gets as much out of not compromising as he does, as he might get from compromising it, if not more. And as we're going into a period of a lot of investigations and a lot of conflict from the investigative side on the Democratic side, the president is going to do what he does best, which is take it under. He has people, as Gloria knows, that have signed up to kind of run the fighting back part of this. But the president is going to be the one doing that. We saw it with Mueller. We saw it with the midterms. He takes it upon himself, and he's going to do it. He's going to do it by creating a foil out of the Democrats.
And obviously the presidential race begins,
Yes, and that will, well, probably there are a few hours before it starts, but very, very soon. Let me posit something, though, which is that in an odd way, there is an advantage here for him. On the whole, I think it'd be better for him to have the House. But one thing that having a Democratic House will do for him is prevent the Republican base from pushing him into taking positions that might make it even more difficult for him. I think about I don't know how you guys feel about this. I actually think John McCain, when he turned his thumb down, may have spared him some problems here, because you look at how health care motivated Democrats. Imagine if they had taken imagine if the Affordable Care Act had gone down and the chaos that would have reigned after that. He has an excuse now for not doing some of the things that the base wants him to do if he wants to go that route.
I'll give you a couple of things I think the president is going to try to do to attract Democratic votes. I think he's going to try to push for a paid family leave bill. That's something that is very high on his priority, something that that he would have trouble getting through a Republican House, that he can now get through a Democratic House and will have sympathy in the Republican Senate. So look for that as one bipartisan thing he can do. I wouldn't be surprised, knowing this president, he pushes for some sort of minimum wage increase. Again, another thing,
infrastructure.
It would be tied to something else, like an infrastructure bill. But there are plenty of opportunities. Donald Trump is not an ideologue. Donald Trump is for things that Democrats like. They just don't like him.
But just to make the point real quickly, Rick, I know we talk. But that assumes that all the folks who just got elected to these House seats, progressive, people of color, right, to the left, far left of the speaker, are going to want to go along with it.
Let me say something about those people.
But they are.
Let me say something. Can I say a couple things about those people? A new generation of people is now a part of the American political process. A lot of younger people, a lot of women, a lot of people figured, hey, Hillary Clinton's going to win, everything's going to be fine. They didn't work that hard. They spent the past 2 years in shock and upset, and they decided to get involved. And they didn't get everything they wanted, but they got a lot done. And I think that, those forces now have been unleashed in the country. And I think they're more positive than negative. And so on issues like criminal justice reform, which is a big issue among this new mobilized base, they care about criminal justice. That's something this president has said some positive things about. There could be something there. I think you're seeing people, there's a new labor movement that is emerging out of the service sector, domestic workers, this idea of paid family leave. There could be some common ground. And I don't want us to assume that this movement is only the resistance. They are not just the resistance.
But they're not going to walk away. They're not going to walk away and be happy with an infrastructure bill. That doesn't sound like they're going to say.
No, but I do think the Democrats have to show, if they're running the House, that there are things they want to do. And whether they can get Donald Trump to go along with it or not, I think remains to be seen, because we've seen him on both sides. On for example. But the president has to be able to, say, work with them maybe on infrastructure or criminal justice reform, et cetera, and draw a line, because they are going to do everything they can to subpoena him and to push him up against the wall on all kinds of things, like Puerto Rico, hurricanes. What happened in Puerto Rico? What happened with your border policy? We want to know how that unfolded. So they're going to be pushing him on one side, and I don't know that he's able to do both of those things at the same time.
Yeah, I think he is, and I think that you're going to see the big problem the Democrats are going to have is the same problem that Paul Ryan has. You're going to have your version of the Freedom Caucus. I don't know what you're going to call it. You're going to call them the Radical Caucus or whatever you want to, the Socialist Caucus, whatever it is, who are going to be dogmatic and who are going to insist upon,
Rick, I think
no family leave has to.
If you look at the map, a lot of these Democrats who won in places that weren't terribly ideological and aren't going to necessarily go down that road. There's no doubt there's some
But there is a huge part of this caucus that is very dogmatic.
I think it's more complex than that. I don't think it's like there's going to be the Democratic version of the Tea Party. I think you're going to find it's much more complex. There are new members who just got elected in districts that are newly Democratic districts.
So, Dave, you think there's going to be a whole resurgence in the Blue Dog Caucus coming back?
Oh, no. It's not the Blue Dog. No, but I think what David is saying is really important to pay attention to your point, Anderson, about the presidential election begins right away, because there is an immediate conversation now happening inside the Democratic Party off of these results tonight. So when Van was talking before about the emotional pain he was feeling by not having Gillum or potentially Abrams or Beto O'Rourke, these were the folks that were the folks that were touching the zones in the base that was getting them really excited about reshaping what the future leadership of the party looked like. But actually, the people that won tonight, that created the Democratic majority, they won on Republican turf.
Yes.
That's where this majority is coming from. Not necessarily a Blue Dog
But that's not the majority in the caucus.
If you're Joe Biden, if you're Joe Biden, you are waking up tomorrow morning
that was my point.
feeling much better about what you learned tonight about the Democratic Party than you were necessarily a couple months ago when you thought maybe it was going to be the Elizabeth Warren Party.
And this is, I think, why having somebody with the experience of Nancy Pelosi at the helm, who knows how to garner votes and count them, is going to be really important if there is going to be something done. I think she knows how to corral.
Deal with all those young whippersnappers.
She will.
got
But
half
she
of them
knows how to do
elected.
it. She's got the seniority and the experience at this time to be able to do it. I know she's controversial, and she's going to take all those incoming barbs. And the others are probably going to be glad that she's the one who's doing that. But she can corral votes.
The reality is the Democratic caucus before this election was a hard left caucus.
But
that's just the reality.
But
There may be people coming in who won in Republican districts. I've been here. I've been here. Yeah. Okay, I've been here when we took the majority and we came in here and we wanted to pass things and we wanted to do things and we won in Democratic turf and we found out there's a hardcore base within our caucus who said, hell no, we want to do this. And that's they're gonna run into this in the Democratic caucus in the House. I guarantee it.
But that's not who came in tonight.
It doesn't matter who came in, it's who's there. The majority are hardcore left.
The only thing I want to say in the defense of the people who you're calling hardcore left is that I think that there's a misunderstanding. That these are people who are just wild-eyed, crazy people who are mad for no reason. And sometimes what gets erased is how awful Donald Trump has been, the things that he has said, snatching babies from moms, closing the door to refugees. He's done things that I don't like what he's brought out in a lot of Democrats, but I understand the pain and I understand the frustration and the idea that people are now supposed to kind of compromise with this person who did that is emotionally hard. I'm saying it is emotionally.
Where's the bill to apologize?
It's emotionally difficult for folks. So it will take an extraordinary amount of leadership to get people back on the constructive side. But don't make it seem like these are just some crazy people. Yeah. They're responding to a crazy president.
They're not crazy people, but they are committed. Look, I have great respect for people who have ideological certainty and believe in a certain way of doing things. I mean, I felt that way, and I was going to go out and fight for the things. I mean, some of the folks I got along with the best of the Democratic side were 100% opposite with me because I believed they believed what they wanted to change the country.
Here's what we have. We have John Lewis. We have people who have the moral authority, I believe, to help us get things done for people where we can and fight where we have to. That's what I believe about this party. We'll see if it's true, but I hate the way that these young people get dismissed. They're mad for a reason.
I think what Jennifer said is important, though. You know, Nancy Pelosi may be a liability to, and there's a reason why a bunch of candidates said they wouldn't support her. She may be a liability outward facing. Within those four walls, she is a genius at bringing a very fractious caucus together. She's a master at it. She's done it before. My guess is she will either know that she doesn't have the votes and orchestrate something here, or she will have the votes, put together what she needs to bring the caucus together. But I actually think there's a pretty good argument that she may be the only person who can actually bring coherence to this new caucus and lead it through what is a very strategically tricky.
So do you think there are, is there common ground that can be had between this new House and the president?
And the president?
Yeah.
Well, look, I think
or Republicans in general.
I mean, there are things that, there are issues like infrastructure that people have an interest in. The devil is in the details, and, what the president considers a good infrastructure bill may not be what the House Democrats do. I think Van is right on issues like criminal justice reform. That's been sitting there waiting to get done, and there may be some opportunity there. I'm not suggesting that there's going to be this new era of,
good feeling.
Well, the sun is not going to shine on the Capitol tomorrow morning, but I wouldn't put it past the president, who is not an ideologue and who is fundamentally self-interested and practical about his own interests, to say, let me see what I can do here.
I'm going to violently agree with you, and that the principal problem we have had in this town for a long time now, and it comes with presidents and it comes with leaders, of the speakers and the leaders, is we have not had good leadership. We have not had people who have been able to get their caucus and to put aside all of the things that, whether it's ideological or political or otherwise, and actually legislate. And you have to have a strong leader to do it. I can tell you, with all due respect to the leaders who have been around for the last 10 years or so, they have not been strong leaders. They have not been effective leaders. And that means the president, no offense to your old boss, and to this president, they have not effectively led. Because when you're a leader, you are going to be incredibly unpopular because you're cutting deals and everybody hates the deal cutter. And so you've got to be willing to do those unpopular things and hold your people together. And for 10 years, we haven't seen that happen here.
Yeah, but
now, if you think Nancy's possible of doing that, God bless you.
But how about on immigration reform? Let me just put that out there. On immigration reform, the president put forth a plan that was wildly unpopular with the Republicans. So
He didn't stick to it.
No, but I'm saying it was wildly unpopular.
But David, he never followed through
Right.
on it. This is actually a perfect example of this. A perfect example of the failure of this president to follow through on compromise. He sat down with Chuck and Nancy at the White House, and he cut a deal on DACA. And then he got innumerable phone calls from people in his own party saying, this is a bad deal for us. And instead of following through on that deal, he said, oh, you're right. This is what happens when you have a non-ideological president. It is possible that he can compromise and he can create novel deals, but it is also possible that he can be swayed very easily by whoever is talking to him.
I think that's what he said.
But I
You may
think
get a
that's
deal on-
exactly
you
why
may get a
the
deal on
open
some crazy
question-
things.
The open question here is also whether or not President Trump, and not just whether or not Nancy Pelosi can do it, but whether President Trump has the willingness to do what he decided not to do over the last 2 years.
David Shelley, you said that Joe Biden wakes up tomorrow morning, with kind of a better sense of either his chances or where he is on the spectrum. But just in terms of the Democratic Party writ large, I mean, there is still this debate of the people who call themselves progressives, and what is the lesson of tonight?
That debate is going to play out in Technicolor for everyone.
Because you could look at Beto O'Rourke and say he did not do anything to reach out to Republicans who may not have liked Ted Cruz, and that he didn't need to run so far left, some people would say.
And maybe Beto O'Rourke will take his left run that failed in Texas and get on a plane to Iowa and start talking to potential caucus goers and saying, let's try it this way. There's no doubt that the party's going to have that debate. There are going to be candidates in a lane that are going to get a lot of energy and represent the left wing of the party. And I'm just saying that had a lot of the bolder progressives that Van talked about running as bold progressives, not afraid in a state like Florida or in a state like Georgia to just not do the let me try to get to the middle thing, but just run as the progressives they are. If they had been victorious tonight, I think you would have seen that wing of the party just explode as we head into 2020 and really not leave a ton of oxygen for the Steve Bullocks or the Joe Bidens or the Terry McAuliffes to say, I can win in purple or red areas. I think tonight these results say it is still important for Democrats to think about, as they're going to go through this process, about who can win in some of these more moderate areas or purple areas or areas with independents. And it's just going to be a tug of war inside the Democratic Party.
I think Republicans had a worse time with the Tea Party, to be honest. You know, the Tea Party came in, you have the Freedom Caucus, and they were, you know, off on the right, and Paul Ryan could not get a thing done. And it was because of the Tea Party. So I think that was more of a problem. I think the people who came in tonight are not going to be the Tea Party caucus. They're just not.
I do think this is going to be tough, and there's going to be some indigestion. I have a couple of ideas. One is, I think that you are 100% correct, that had, you know, 5 of these 5 won, you would have taken all the oxygen away from the moderates, and it would just be a progressive party. I think now the debate continues, but I do think that Andrew Gillum coming so close, you know, gives a strong case to people who say, listen, we can go farther than we thought. Stacey Abrams is still down there fighting. I think they just stopped voting down there. If that gets very, very close, we're going to have a conversation about voter suppression and how much of that was just stolen or hacked or whatever. That's not going to digest well. And so we get a mixed result.
I'm not presuming the conclusion of the debate.
But you have to admit, it's completely dispiriting, right, for the progressive wing of the party.
Well, it's mixed. It's mixed.
You saw mixed. You lost the ball.
No, here's the deal. We just ended one-party rule in this country, and we're going to do everything we can with it. It hurt to have our hopes.
It's good, but you did it with people who said they weren't going to vote for Nancy Pelosi.
They will. The world, right?
Can I talk about Beto O'Rourke for a second? Because one of the things that interested me about him was, yes, he staked out some positions on the left, but what was distinctive about his candidacy was the style in which he campaigned. And we can talk about the fact that he lost. I don't think many of us actually believed that he was going to win, and he did better in Texas than Democrats generally have. And he did it in part because he was not, he was open. He treated voters with respect, whether they were Republicans or Democrats. I think there was actually a lesson in the way that he campaigned.
Authenticity. He's a good candidate. Yeah, he's a good, authentic candidate.
And Beto.
Yeah, $80 million.
Yeah, $80 million helps.
Beto and Stacy and Andrew Gillum and the ones who are in the middle show, I think, Democrats that you can do both, that you can reach out to new groups and you can appeal to moderates, because we want to create a broad coalition. I think that's really the lesson.
So if you're Elizabeth Warren tonight or you're Senator Bernie Sanders, what is the message you've taken away?
I think that the message is that they, too, have to listen to the blue-collar workers as well as the progressive wing. It has to be a broad coalition. And it's not like one hates the other. It just needs to be a message that's broad enough to appeal to both.
They would argue that they would argue that their politics actually speaks to blue-collar workers. The problem is that there is the suburban base of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, and the question is, how do you weave that base together? I think it's challenging, and
socialism scares rich people.
The Democrats also probably want to
Here's the thing: we've gotten to the point where Democrats who want to fix market failures in education and market failures in the healthcare system are called socialists.
And even failure was Obamacare. I mean, you're trying to fix Obamacare.
Boy, Rick, I'll tell you what,
single payers.
You've lost that argument. The country now. I mean, the bottom line is there are concerns about health care in this country. That was clearly an issue on the ballot today. People feel strongly about it, and the candidate who addresses that, I think, is going to do well. I think there's evidence of that. So I don't.
Do you think we're going to hear the president start talking more about health care, which is not something we've really heard?
But remember, Obamacare was to fix the healthcare system. You don't see any Democrat out there running on Obamacare. No Democrat, let me just predict this. No Democrat running for president will run on Obamacare. They will run on Medicare for all or some sort of single-payer system.
Which is socialism.
Which means they believe Obamacare has failed, and they are going to try something else. That's what they're going to run on.
About health, affordable, accessible.
They're going to talk about changing the healthcare system again.
Yes.
From Obamacare.
You guys took a wrecking ball
version of it. You guys
That's true.
Almost every candidate who won tonight won by
on one issue.
But
let's
by
hear it for
talking
pre-existing
about-
conditions.
by
Let's hear it for
talking about
pre-existing
the
conditions.
Affordable Care
David,
Act.
you know that is one paragraph in a 2,000-page bill. They ran on the one popular thing in Obamacare. They ran on. The rest of it has been a disaster, and the Democrats are running away from it every single Democrat will.
Let's not rehash Obamacare.
Telling you what's going to happen.
I mean, I think what everybody maybe is talking around is the idea that what voters are really saying when they talk about pre-existing conditions is that they feel a sense of economic insecurity when they think about the prospect of going bankrupt as a result of having a pre-existing condition. Now, I think that's a real issue, and it's more than a line in a bill. That's a whole page. That's people's entire lives. That's when they think about what. And I think it's a value argument, and that's what I think could be potentially
I
powerful
hear you, but
for
Donald
Democrats
Trump, when he
down the
campaigned
road.
for president, said he would never sign a bill without protection for pre-existing condition. He has never supported anything that eliminates.
Well, but wait a minute.
So
But
you can
he's
say
not
you can say that other Republicans do, but Donald Trump has never done that.
His attorney general is refusing to defend the Affordable Care Act in court.
But it's a much bigger.
So, in terms of investigations from the Democrats, where do you see them going?
I don't see them going to healthcare.
Tax returns does. Obviously, there's a lot of people who do care, but the New York Times put out this enormous year-and-a-half-long expose on the history of the Trump family.
They're advertising for people to read it.
It was a one-day story. I mean, that speaks to the cacophonous system. Our media environment is so loud and noisy all the time with different Trump headlines, and that didn't sort of cut through in a long-lasting way, which is why I'm skeptical about if his tax returns are released, that somehow that's going to be a devastating blow to him. I think the bigger concern for the president is Robert Mueller may have his tax returns relating something to his investigation rather than the Democrats in Congress being able to get his tax returns and reveal them publicly.
Yeah, I also think there's going to be a fight if Bob Mueller does issue a report, and I think this could become a very important fight about whether that report is public.
Right.
And whether the president will claim privilege on what is in that report, because he's reserved the right to claim privilege for a lot of testimony, although he didn't claim it at the outset for people who were working in the White House with him. And I think that's going to be a huge fight in the House of Representatives.
The statute says it only has to be a summary. It doesn't require it to be completely.
But is there a danger?
You've been studying that, and they have a working group, by the way.
But to the point that Senator Santorum made before, isn't there a danger for Democrats that they just see this as payback opportunity and spend they blow a lot of capital and turn a lot of people off?
I think that there is the danger of going overboard. There's no question about it. But there is also a responsibility to play an oversight role, and they have to find the right tone, the sweet spot, and so on. They also have agencies beyond this issue, which is going to take up a lot of space. But what is the EPA doing? What are the relationships between that agency and some of the industries that are involved? And in every area, there are things going on that have just been unexamined that I think are properly subjects for Congress to examine.
A historic shift in Congress. Democrats taking control of the House, as we've been discussing, while Republicans hold, of course, onto the Senate. Stay with us as we follow the outstanding races. There's still votes being counted that'll decide.
Welcome back. Democrats, they take control of the House of Representatives. Republicans maintain control of the U.S. Senate. There are critical governor's races. We're just getting some projections on. Nia, what are you seeing?
That's right, Wolf. We can start in Iowa. The winner CNN projects here is Kim Reynolds. She, of course, is the incumbent, now winning a first full term, defeating Fred Hubbell in that Midwestern state. In Idaho, CNN projects that the winner in that race is Brad Little, defeating Paulette Jordan. New Mexico, CNN projects that the winner in that race is Michelle Lujan Grisham, defeating Steve Pierce. This is a pickup for Democrats at this point, so some good news for Democrats in that state, in New Mexico. In Minnesota, CNN can project that the winner in this governor's race is Tim Walz, defeating Jeff Johnson. And another projection that CNN can make, the winner in Oregon's governor's race is Kate Brown, defeating Newt Bueller there in Oregon. And now let's look at this. We talked about the pickups for Democrats. 4 pickups so far tonight. They, of course, came into tonight at a real deficit in terms of the number of governorships they had. They had 16, so 4 pickups tonight. But there are other outstanding races that we can look at. So let's go to those boards here in a couple of states we've been watching so far. In Wisconsin, Tony Evers ahead still. I mean, this is, tight race. Scott Walker, of course, has been something of a Teflon candidate. He's the incumbent in this race. About 89% reporting Tony Evers clinging to a very slim lead at this point. In Georgia, another race we've been watching, Brian Kipp has had this steady lead, about 140,000 votes at this point, 99% reporting. Hard to see Stacy Abrams making up that gap at this point, and we're going to take you back to Wolf and Dana.
All right, guys, thanks very much, Nia. You know, it's very interesting. The Democrats will be in charge of the House. The Republicans will be in charge of the Senate. We don't know the final numbers yet, and that could be significant.
It could be significant. First of all, how big the Republican majority in the Senate is going to determine how much they feel like they need to govern towards at least a nod towards the center. As we discussed earlier, the fact that Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska had slightly centrist views on some issues, it made it so Republicans had to listen to them on occasion, whether it had to do with delaying the vote on Kavanaugh's confirmation, whether it had to do with the defeat of their effort to repeal and replace Obamacare. But right now, with the Republicans picking up seats in the Senate, they are not going to have to do that as much. That, if you want to call it a moderating influence, is no longer going to be required. I don't know if we want to look at the Senate board here, but right now, if you look, Democrats of the key races we were keeping an eye on kept West Virginia, Joe Manchin reelected, kept New Jersey, Menendez reelected. Republicans kept Tennessee in the Republican file, kept Texas in the Republican category, and then picked up 3 Democratic Senate seats. Missouri, Claire McCaskill loses to Josh Hawley. North Dakota, Heidi Heitkamp loses to Kevin Cramer. And Braun in Indiana defeats Donnelly. So that's 51. Let's posit that Mississippi ultimately will likely go Republican. Who knows what will happen, but for the purpose of this exercise, let's say that happens. Florida, let's posit that the Republican who is in the lead there wins. And let's say Arizona, and the Republican in the lead there wins. That's 54 seats. 54 seats, and that assumes that Jackie Rosen wins a very competitive race in Nevada, and John Tester wins a very competitive race in Nevada. Theoretically, and this is worst case scenario for Democrats, but theoretically, Republicans could win 56 seats.
You know, in Nevada, we still haven't seen any results.
Not one vote.
Not one vote yet. Nevada's been closed for a while, so we're still waiting to see what happens in Nevada. That could be a very close seat.
Just to be clear, I'm not predicting that Republicans are going to win 56 seats, but everything now is gravy. And right now, that's the strong end of where they are. And, you know, just a bad night for Democrats when it comes to the Senate. Yeah. Great night when it comes to the House.
Right. It's interesting, Dana, because the Republicans do fairly well in the Senate, not so well in the House.
Exactly. You said gravy. It is gravy in some ways, but in other ways it's not, because every single one of these votes, as we've seen in the U.S. Senate, is so incredibly critical. And I think your point about the fact that the moderates in the Senate will have, on the Republican side, will have less power is really important. Speaking of power, though, in the House, we were just looking at the sort of the Democrats who are likely to get gavels in the House. Maxine Waters, who has been a regular rhetorical target of the president's on the campaign trail over the past few weeks, she's going to have one of those gavels, Financial Services Committee. And one of the things that she can do is use her power of subpoena, which she has, to get, you know, information from and about the president and from and about the president's cabinet that have not yet been looked at all as Republicans have been in charge of the House.
Look at this list. I just want to bring one name to the attention of our viewers, and that is Congressman
Richard
Neal at the end.
Richie Neal from Massachusetts, who's been in there for decades. You've maybe never heard of him before. But he is likely to be the next chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee. And why is that important? Because that is the one House committee that will be able to get the president's tax returns if he wants them. if he wants them and if the committee votes to get the president's tax returns. Richie Neal, you maybe have never heard of him until just now. That's a name you're going to know in the next few months.
It's one of those, it's an example of, for those of us who roam the halls, and you did for years as well, of Congress, you see him, you know him, he's been there for 30 years. He was elected in 1988. Before you were born, Jake, and he is
not quite, but okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And he, he's the veteran, the head of the Massachusetts delegation because he's been there for so long. But he's not on TV. He's not, or at least on national TV. He doesn't go out and sort of make a name for himself in that way. But he is, a hard worker, and he's worked his way up the ranks in that incredibly important committee that is Ways and Means, the tax writing committee.
Yeah.
And he's going to have a lot of power.
And he keeps getting reelected from the state of Massachusetts.
He does.
Access to the president's tax returns. Let's put up that graphic again because I want to bring people's attention to a few of the other chairmen. So obviously, this is we're just projecting. We don't know that this is what's going to happen, but in all likelihood, Nancy Pelosi will be Speaker. Gerald Nadler, very, very feisty Democrat from Manhattan, will be the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, we assume. Congressman Elijah Cummings, who's been the ranking Democrat on the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, he's been there through Republicans controlling that committee, Darrell Issa's tenure, Trey Gowdy's tenure, the Benghazi investigation, and all the like. Now, finally, he will be able to be the chairman of that committee. And then look right next to Richie Neal at the bottom right, Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff.
Unlike Richard Neal, he is on TV a lot.
Adam Schiff is on TV a lot, and he will be the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, which used to be a very successfully bipartisan committee. And under Devin Nunes, who is now going to be, in all likelihood, the ranking Republican, has completely devolved. And Adam Schiff is going to have a choice. Is he going to try to bring the committee to back what it used to be, where it was bipartisan, where Democrats and Republicans would sign off on investigations together, what it was like under Mike Rogers, a former Republican congressman? Or is he going to be as partisan for the Democrats as Devin Nunes was for the Republicans? That's a choice the congressman, soon to be chairman, Adam Schiff, will have.
And Dana, Elliot Engel, he's going to be chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He's a feisty Democrat as well.
He is.
From New York. And Adam Smith. He's going to be chairman of the Armed Services Committee. He's pretty feisty as well.
That's right. But again, kind of going back to the future a little bit, on those national security committees, both of those Democrats have a history of working in a bipartisan way. Elliot Engel does, Adam Smith does on important issues of foreign policy and of national security. And it's hard to imagine them not doing that now, particularly Elliot Engel, who has been around for a very long time and has been waiting a long time to get the gavel of a committee. But I think your Adam Schiff note is really important. It's going to be a question of whether he puts his money where his mouth is, because he's been, understandably very upset about how partisan the committee is, and it's still incredibly important, that Intelligence Committee.
And obviously, the Mueller investigation continues, and that's been something that soon-to-be Chairman Schiff has talked about quite a bit, Wolf.
I think we'll be getting some developments on that in the days ahead. So how divided will the new Congress be, with Democrats in charge of the House, Republicans leading the Senate? Coming up, new results in key races that are still undecided. House of Representatives, Republicans maintain control of the U.S. Senate. It's sort of a split decision over there. Democrats pretty happy, though, right now about the House of Representatives.
Certainly, when you look at this map, in 2010, remember, the Republicans took over the House in the first Obama midterm. Here in the first Trump midterm, the Democrats take it back. You do see, let's go back and see where we started the night. Here's where we started the night. Republicans at 235, Democrats at 193. Here's where we are now. We don't have the final numbers here yet, but we know the Democrats will have a majority. Right now, they've picked up 25 seats, and they have, if you look at some of the uncalled races, as we look at some of the races across the board, still opportunities. Races here in Maine, that'll pull away for us here. Races in Maine, races in Michigan, races in Iowa, races in Utah. We're still waiting for California to fill in. A Republican incumbent, Dino Rossi, trailing in Washington State right now as you look up here. So the Democrats have an opportunity, there are 25 or so now, to go higher. The question is, how higher? They get to 35. Can they start to approach 40? We'll see that as it fills in. So there is a blue wave when it comes to the House of Representatives. The counterbalance is a red wall when it comes to the United States Senate. That is the mixed verdict of America tonight. The House going Democratic, the Senate getting more Republican. The question is, How much more? At the moment, Republicans leading there. They have flipped here. They have flipped here, and they have flipped here. Now the question, after you go through all that, is can they hold here? This is Jeff Flake's seat. He is retiring. Martha McSally holding on to a narrow lead right now, just at 60% reporting, so we have a ways to go here. McSally's been leading consistently, but you watch this one play out, and you'll notice there's one state on the map with absolutely no votes. They kept some polling places open late in Nevada because of some long lines. They won't release any of the results they already have in until that is all done and everybody has voted. So any second now, we should see some results here. Again, Republican incumbent, the most vulnerable Republican Senate incumbent is Dean Heller. The Democrats are hoping, they're just hoping, they have Nevada and Arizona. It has been a very bad night for the Democrats looking at the Senate map. They are hoping out west to get different news. Otherwise, the Republicans will gain. The question is, how much will they gain? You can't see it on this race because it's a special election. I can get it to you and go it for you here. This race is headed to a runoff. Cindy Hyde-Smith, who's the incumbent now, I guess Mike Espy, the Democrat, you need 50 plus 1 in Mississippi. This one's going to a runoff. Everyone would tell you that she will be heavily favored in Mississippi. Democrats will say, hey, Doug Jones won in Alabama. It's possible. So we'll have to obviously have the runoff there. But the Republicans will be favored there. So again, you come back to the full Senate map. Let me bring you out of here. That's the other Senate race. And a blue wave in the House, a red wall when it comes here. And then we go to the governor's races, which is more of a mixed verdict. Democrats are going to pick up governorships tonight. But they're disappointed in that they're not picking up that one, and they're not picking up that one, and they thought very much they would pick up that one. So you have Democratic gains in the governor's races. We don't know how many just yet. We have to still count as we go across. The Democrats will be very happy. Wisconsin, they're ahead right now. It's not done yet. They've picked up Michigan. They've picked up Illinois. That's going to sting. That's going to sting a lot. That's going to sting a ton.
Yeah, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I believe those are 3 states that the President Trump won 2 years ago.
They are. And so if you're looking at the president, if you visit the Oval Office, he likes to tell people, and guess what? Looking at the Senate races, he's going to do a lot more of this. I'm president, you're not. I know what I'm doing. I trust my instincts. That's what the president says. When he flipped in 2016, he flipped this, and he flipped this. Now, Pennsylvania had a Democratic governor. Now that you have Democratic governors across the board, it does matter when it comes to 2020. It does come to control the state parties that are running it. But the Democrats believed, and this is very significant, by the way. Chris Kobach losing, the Republican in Kansas, the Democrats picking that up. That's significant for the Democrats. Nobody's going to say Kansas is going to go blue in 2020. But it is good for the Democrats as they try to rebuild at the state level. But if you're the Democrats, you're thrilled. These have been Republican states. Even Illinois had a Republican governor. Yep. You're thrilled to change those. But again, if you're talking about how big was the wave, did you leave any opportunities on the board, losing the Ohio governor's race and losing it by a decent margin to Mike DeWine.
I just took a look. I noticed that Connecticut is red over there.
Let's go over and see how that one's turning out. That has been a remarkably close race. As you watch it go through, 86% reporting. This would be a big win for Republicans if this lead holds. We'll watch and see if it does play out. This is one of the races late in the campaign. Republicans started to say, hey, keep an eye, watch Connecticut governor, see if we get surprised there. That would be a big deal, too, especially you think of New England as blue, Democratic. Charlie Baker, the governor of Massachusetts, winning easily tonight. New Hampshire, Vermont. So you do have, it's...
Republican won in Larry Hogan in Maryland as well.
Republican Larry Hogan.
How did he do over there?
Convincingly, 56 to 43.
Ben Jealous, the former head of the NAACP.
So you start seeing very different Larry Hogan, Charlie Baker, Phil Scott, not Trump Republicans. Trump Republicans can't win up here, but there's still a moderate wing of the Republican Party at the gubernatorial level that is having great success tonight.
Even in Democratic states.
Even in Democratic states. And you have the moderate Republican House members in these same states, in the same region, getting blown out tonight, which what are you going to get? You know, the House Republican minority, in an odd way, will be more Trumpy than the House Republican majority because they're losing their moderates.
Yeah, so the Democrats are making some inroads in among the governors. Let's go back to the House right now because they have more than 218.
They do.
The question is, will they have 230 or 240?
And so where are we going to look for that? Again, here's the uncalled races that are potential pickups. These are uncalled races that if they switch, would be switching parties. So you see 2 Republicans leading in districts that are now held by Democrats. This one, again, would be interesting. There are always surprises in midterms, but the Democrats are winning big in the governor's race. They're winning the Senate race. John Garamendi former Secretary of State in California, losing at the moment. We'll see. Only 23% of the vote in, could be in from a rural area up here. So we have to wait and see as the vote comes in. But that would be a stunner, especially given what's happening in the statewide races in California. But let's come back out and look. And you're looking down here. One of the interesting things is you look down here. I watched this 56 votes. I checked in on this one a little while ago. This would be a Democratic pickup, obviously. Katie Hill against the incumbent Republican Steve Knight, neck and neck. Big target of opportunity. But it's almost the interesting part down here. Let me stretch this map out a little bit, is what you don't see. See, you're going to see here this potentially Democratic pickup here. Now the Democrat has pulled ahead in this race. Dana Rohrabacher, veteran Republican, been there for a long time. A lot of even Republicans critical of him. Soft on Russia, cozy with Russia. 249 votes, though, with 28% reporting. We'll watch that one play out. Duncan Hunter, who's under indictment, is leading in his race. Democrats thought that could be a target of opportunity, even though it's a safe Republican district. But in San Diego, Duncan Hunter. In Buffalo, Chris Collins, 2 Republican members of Congress under indictment, at least at the moment, leading in their races there. But if you're starting to figure out how high can the Democrats go, there's no question Democrats will be the majority. So we're just going to watch out here. We're watching some of these races out here. This is the Mia Love district out here. She's losing with 71% of the vote in, losing quite convincingly there. And then you come out and you keep looking for more. We'll see. We have no results in Nevada yet. There's just the one up there. And another interesting thing here is Democrats are on track. These are just the pickup opportunities. Democrats are on track, if this holds, to pick up, if you pull out to the full map. Let me take this off and turn the House. 1, 2, 3 of the 4 districts in Iowa, which means a couple of flips. Steve King, though, leading in a race very late. The Democrats sent some money in here thinking, can we flip this, after Steve King got his tongue got him into even more trouble about issues of immigration, race, and the like. Right. But it looks like Steve King's holding on.
Stand by for a moment. Coming up, what will Democrats do with their new power? And now that they're taking charge of the House of Representatives, we're getting more on that as we stand by for late results in uncalled races. Our election coverage continues.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election night in America. I'm Chris Cuomo. Wolf and Jake, they need a little bit of sleep. Look how much they've taken us through tonight, and there's still so far to go. What are our big headlines? Well, you see right behind me. The Democrats are now in control of the House of Representatives. By how many seats? We still don't know, and we won't know for some time. The West Coast is just starting to come in. John King is taking us through areas of opportunity on both sides. The Senate, a big story there as well. You see the GOP making gains. How many? We still don't know that as well. We're going to check in with Dana in just a moment on that. But one big headline that is 100% certain, what a night for women, especially on the Democrat side. When you look at the House seats that they've turned, women have been at the center of it. There's a developing story about the resurgence of military candidates coming out and making their difference in this race as well. So let's start with the Senate. Come over to Dana here. There's some of the races that we've been watching. The numbers haven't been changing that much, but haven't been called yet. This is going to be about the margin of change in the Senate, and what will it mean? Where are we?
Which is so important. That's right. We want to look at 4 of the key battleground states that are still outstanding. Let's start in the state of Arizona. This is an open Republican seat. Jeff Flake has retired. Martha McSally, the Republican, is trying to keep it in GOP hands. It is very, very close, but right now she is ahead by a little more than 11,000 votes. The Democrat Kyrsten Sinema, as you see there, is trailing 60% of the vote in the state of Arizona. Florida, look at this. The Republican Rick Scott, the challenger, is hoping that he can make this official, that he can put this Democratic seat in Republican hands and take it away from Bill Nelson, the 3-term Democratic incumbent of Florida. 99% reporting. We're going to watch that very closely. Now let's go on to Montana. We haven't looked at this state in a while. This is another one of those Republican turf states, a Trump state, one that has become very personal to the president. He went out there several times to campaign against the Democratic incumbent, John Tester. But so far, pretty much all night, he has been ahead. It's a narrow lead, a little more than 3,000 votes, but he is ahead of his Republican challenger, Matt Rosendale, right now. Half of the vote in Montana. Now let's go to Maine. Maine is an interesting case because Angus King, the incumbent, is an independent. He caucuses with the Democrats, so it's on the Democratic column. He is ahead by a wide margin, but only 17% of the vote in, which is why we're still waiting to see if it's going to stay in Angus King's column. Also, I should say, Nevada is out there. We haven't gotten any votes back from Nevada. That is one of those seats that the Republican Dean Heller is trying to hold on to. I want to go down to Nia to talk about the governor's races.
Great, thanks, Dana. So let's look at Wisconsin, a race we have been eyeing all night. It's still tight, tight, tight. 6,200 votes separating the Democrat Tony Evers from the Republican incumbent Scott Walker. Down a bit in this race, 93% reporting a really, really, really close race. In Connecticut, some good news and a possible flip here for Republicans. Bob Stefanowski here is up 28,000 votes over the Democrat Ned Lamont, 86% reporting. So still some votes to be counted there, but that could be a pickup for Republicans. In Georgia, another race we've been watching, Brian Kemp up 100,000 votes at this point, 51% to 48%. Stacey Abrams, a candidate so closely watched here. Oprah campaigned for her. President Obama campaigned for her. And she, at this point, is trying to make some history tonight to become the first African-American woman governor. 99% reporting in this, a pretty wide lead for the Republican Brian Kemp at this point. They are still counting votes in Georgia. This has been a very contentious race, and we'll keep an eye on it and bring you votes as we get them in, and we'll hand you over to Chris.
All right, Nia, thank you very much. All right, so let's talk about what the big takeaways are so far. Look, you were right, guys. You said, especially you, David, when we were getting ready for this, it's going to be a long night. We're going to have to see which way it goes. We're still waiting on some things. To bring people up who are just starting to get into the coverage now out on the West Coast, what do you see as the big headlines so far tonight, David?
Well, I think the big headline, no doubt, obviously, is that one of the houses of Congress has gone now to the Democratic Party, and Donald Trump is waking up to a new world order in Washington and for his presidency. How that happened, I also think, is as big of a headline, which is that we saw in the suburbs across this country and independent voters across this country, two parts of Trump's winning 2016 coalition have abandoned him with gusto.
Which two?
That is a pretty big rebuke.
And tell the people which two they are.
The suburbs and independents. That's what I'm saying. Those two groups. And then obviously, this is such a female-powered victory for the Democrats, both in terms of the candidates, but in terms of female voters who delivered this majority in many ways for the Democrats.
We're seeing that the Republican Party, has transitioned now fully under President Trump. To David's point, but just to build it out a little bit for people, because it's going to be a little bit of a surprising narrative and for Republicans something to swallow and accept. You've switched collars, okay? You've gone from white to blue. You have switched when it comes to college. You're trading away college-educated people for non-college education. You're going from country now is where you are. The cities, suburbs, not so much. And you're moving away from kids, Caitlin, because when you look at the votes, they lost 67% of people 18 to 29. That's a big block. So all the different areas of the country that are growing, the Republican Party is moving away from. That's something to think about.
Right. We're seeing the Republican Party transform under Trump from this traditional, what we saw, the values that they had, to now the way that they're changing, even on trade. So many different aspects of what the Republican Party used to be is changing. One big question and one big thing I think we focused on is what it's going to be, how much of a pain it's going to be for President Trump to have Democrats in control of the House. But I also think it's a risk for conservatives that President Trump could abandon them and make a deal with Democrats. We saw some of that when he met with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer at the White House last year to talk about immigration, calling them Chuck and Nancy affectionately. That is something that is a real risk for them, I think, still. That they have transformed their party to fit Donald Trump, and he could abandon them in a heartbeat. This is someone who used to be a Democrat. I don't think it's that far out there to say that when the Democrats are here, that President Trump could sit down with them and make a deal with them in the next year or so.
Anything's possible in the new normal. Nancy Pelosi said the American people want peace. They want bipartisanship. We'll see what that means, because Elijah Cummings came right out and said, we want his taxes. Now, of course, the committee we believe he'll sit on, he won't have that authority. That'll be Ways and Means.
Right.
That's part of a longer story. But to Caitlin's point, okay, on one side, there's an open question of concern. On the other side, for Republicans, there's a question of comfort. This cushion that's developing in the Senate, Dana, that means confirmations are a very different, different process for them. They don't have to worry about Murkowski and Collins the same way anymore, in all likelihood.
That cushion is huge. It absolutely is huge, because not only is it going to give the president a lot more breathing room and Mitch McConnell a lot more running room, on confirmations, not just for his cabinet, but other judicial nominations that could be coming for the next 2 years. I mean, we just don't know. Obviously, the federal bench below the Supreme Court is one thing, but you never know what's going to happen. That's a huge thing, and it takes away the power of the moderates, not only on the Republican side, because Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski are not going to be sort of the kingmakers, but also what you've seen is a loss after loss after loss of moderate Democrats. So there is going to be even more partisanship, even more gridlock potentially in the U.S. Senate, because the middle is shrinking even more in a place where you need those centrists to make deals to get anything done, especially with the House.
And it's interesting to see what's happening with King up in Maine. Now, obviously, that's one of the states that you put under the disaster kit tab here in the notebook for what to do, because they have their own special process. We're going to see how it plays out. But King is one of those figures that you're talking about, somebody who can breach both sides. We'll see if he makes the cut tonight, David.
But politically, that pad in the Senate, I think, represented something that we learned tonight also, which is that Donald Trump, 2 years into this process, still has a unique ability to get his folks jazzed up in where he is most supported in the country, as you just broke down the new Trump party, which obviously is not Nelson Rockefeller's Republican Party, right?
Not at all.
But he has a unique ability and attachment to his supporters that still exists today, where he went to travel to hang on to the Senate or pad it. He was able to do so successfully, even while he was bleeding all these other voters. That creates a Democratic House.
And the question is that trade-off worth it? Is it worth it for the president to go where he won comfortably, to focus on the Senate, as he said, because he wanted to cover himself? So when the Democrats did win the House, as he was being told by White House officials, this is increasingly likely, this is going to happen, he didn't want it to be seen as a rebuke of him. He made that crystal clear in the last few weeks, saying, I'm focused on the Senate. But the question is that focus on the Senate going to be worth the trade-off in the House, having Adam Schiff in the House Intelligence Committee as the chairman, all of these subpoenas, this party that he's demonized for weeks now, they now have the power to subpoena his cabinet officials that have been accused of wrongdoing. So many problems that they are going to be facing in the next few months.
Well, the president was working on something called convenience. When he thought he had a shot in the House, he was big on the House. As that started to fade, so did his focus. But you're going to see a very sharp focus from the new people in charge of the House, that's for sure. What that means, we'll have to see, because that's a calculation for the Democrats as well. Do they go all in on checking the president? Is that what their party wants? Is their party wanting just one thing? A lot of questions are going to follow from tonight. We're still in decision mode, though. Let's get back over to Nia Malika. You have another projection in a governor's race. What is it?
That's right, Chris. Some history in South Dakota tonight. Kristi Noem, CNN projects, is the winner in that governor's race. She is the first woman elected governor in South Dakota, defeating Billy Sutton tonight. So a bit of history tonight. About 16 women ran tonight, and she's one of the winners. Now, we can go to the map here. You see here that Democrats have 4 pickups tonight. Of course, they came into the night at a bit of a deficit in terms of the governorships. Republicans were very much at an advantage. And you see tonight some Republican holds. In Florida, for instance, a Republican hold. In Ohio, another Republican hold. So you have a map here that looks good for Republicans in some key battleground states. And then you have some flips as well for Democrats. You look at Michigan, for instance. That was a pickup and a flip for Democrats. You look at Illinois, for instance. That was a pickup and a flip for Democrats. Pennsylvania, that was a hold for Democrats. But listen, they came into the night, Democrats did, really wanting to have 6 pickups. They've got 4 so far. And now we're going to go to Georgia. This was another race that we've obviously been watching all night long. Brian Kemp still up by about a similar margin, about 115,000 votes ahead of Stacy Abrams in that closely watched Georgia race. We can go to Wisconsin now. Tony Evers, his lead has shrunk a little bit here. It's about 3,000 votes at this point over Scott Walker, the incumbent at this point. Such a closely watched race. It's 0.1% right now, 94% reporting. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Back to Chris.
All right, Nia Malika, thank you very much. So we just got a projection in a governor's race. We also have some more in the Senate that we're watching. What do we know? And we have the House races as well. What do we have?
Well, one of the fascinating things, and you mentioned this at the beginning about what we're seeing in the House, is the number of women.
Yep.
And it is now at record numbers, absolute record numbers. And let's just look at a couple of the examples. Abigail Spanberger, she is a fascinating character. She was in the CIA. Never mind that she beat the Republican Dave Bratt, who took down the House Majority Leader, the Republican Eric Cantor. She's a really interesting female character. And then also, let's go next to Abby Finkenauer. She is 29 years old. She's going to be one of the youngest members of the House of Representatives from the state of Iowa. And now, a name that we've seen a lot in the past several months, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. She is another person who beat a very well-known, very long-serving member of Congress. In this case, it was a fellow Democrat, Joe Crowley. She is also 29 years old. She's going to be among the new faces in the new class of young women serving in the House of Representatives. And here's another new face that we're going to see in the halls of Congress, Sharice Davids. She is the first Native American to serve in the U.S. Congress, in the U.S. House, I should say, which is female, I should say. And that's pretty remarkable, given the history of this country, that has taken this long for that to happen.
And you're seeing first checking so many different boxes. You know, obviously gender as women coming forward, really bailing out the Democrats in this. If they didn't have these women in these races, you don't see the results that you have tonight. The age is really relevant. Some of them are first historically within their own state. You know, when you're talking about Finkenauer and Spanberger, you're going to see some first. In Iowa, you know, they have Joni Ernst there.
She was the first senator.
She was the first senator.
Senator.
Finally now, Iowa, the heartland, they have their first female congresswoman. But now, you have to figure out what kind of Democrat they're going to be. And that's going to be a developing narrative. There's no reason to rush through all the implications when we still don't know all the projections. But what is the Democratic Party now with this new flush of talent that they owe a lot to for winning these races? But what are they going to want in return? It's going to be a big developing narrative. Let's look on the board, go over to John King, and figure out how this shapes up. Because, you know, we're all looking at how the Democrats would take over the House, what it would mean. But this woman wave for them mattered in a lot of different places.
Matters in a big way. And so let's look first at the big picture, because, again, remember election night 2016. Hillary Clinton wins the popular vote. Donald Trump wins the presidency. We have a divided country that sends mixed messages, right? This is a blue wave when it comes to the House. The Democrats on the ballpark, 35 seats, maybe more as we get the West Coast results. 40 was considered their ceiling. Democrats, and we'll get to the, I'll come back to the women in a minute. I just want to show them. That's a blue wave when it comes to the House, right? Well, look at this red wall when it comes to the Senate. 1, 2, 3, 4 flips, right? That one's still not finalized, but Rick Scott is ahead down there. These 3 are done, right? 4 flips. And at the moment, they're holding Arizona narrowly. And the first results, while you guys were talking, the first results finally came in. We had no results in Nevada for a long time because they had some lines and they didn't want to release any results until they were done. These are Republican areas coming in. Who knows if that's going to hold? Democrats are desperate looking at these Western Senate seats where they have female candidates as well. If you want to talk about that, they're desperate, hoping that their Senate math gets better, because that would be a +4.
True.
+4 if that holds. Now, another disappointment, Nia just talked about this. Democrats came into the night thinking they could pick up 6, maybe 8. Some Democrats thought even more governorships. Republicans are leading in Connecticut. Republicans won Ohio. Republicans won Iowa. This is a disappointment for the Democrats.
You know, we've been
they're
talking about
+5 right now. We'll see if it changes, but +5, that's a disappointment.
And now let's just talk about why for a second, because I was watching the coverage tonight, excellent as always, and it was interesting to see when the governors would come up, people would be a little bit like, wait, why are we doing this? You know, I care in my own state, but why? The districting that happens at the state level within legislatures, the presumption being that a governor is going to have sway, they still have to deal with the legislature, and in the weeks to come, will play out the processing of legislatures all across the country. But how big a difference, John, has it made that Republicans made all those gains, flipping thousands of state legislatures and governor seats over the last 10 years?
During the Obama years, more than 1,000 state legislative seats flipped from Democrats to Republicans when Republicans had 30-plus governors. Because a lot of those governors also had Republican legislatures, but even the ones that didn't, they use the veto pen, or they say, I will veto it, and they negotiate a better deal for Republican districts. Plain and simple. One of the reasons the Democrats, we talked about them winning a lot of seats tonight, 40 was about their ceiling, unless we had a tsunami. In part because you see all the seats lost, 66 in this year, 60 in that year, 50 in that year. There just aren't as many competitive districts anymore. So you can't compare it to the Clinton map or even the George W. Bush 2006 map. You can't do that because there are so many more clearly Republican-drawn districts. Now, to your point, though, look, this is a disappointment without a doubt. Democrats will be happy if they hold Wisconsin. They're happy to pick up Illinois. That was always a bit of an anomaly, a blue state with a Republican governor. But imagine, this is your neck of the woods, Connecticut. If the Republican holds on and wins in Connecticut, that'll be a surprise for Democrats there. Candidates matter.
Bridgeport's not in yet in Connecticut.
Right.
That's going to matter. It's got a very definite set of demographics there.
Absolutely. So they're not in play. I just want to come back to what you were just talking about with Dana, though. You look at this map, right? The Democrats, again, on par to pick up somewhere in the ballpark of 35 seats in the House of Representatives. You say, what's the factor to the women? Well, first, let's go back. Let me put this away for a minute. Let me go back to 20. This is the 2016 map. All right, let's come out here. Let's go through our things here. Women lead. This is what you had, right? 61 Democrats, 23 Republicans. Remember those numbers. Let's come down to 2018. Leading, 83 Democrats, 17 Republicans. Leading. These races are not all done, but it looks like the number of women in the House on the Republican side go down a little bit. Number of Democrats going up. That's one way to look at it. Your Democratic numbers are coming up. Your Democratic candidates, some of these districts are Democratic districts, but these female Democratic candidates are coming in with new blood. That's one way to look at it. Here's another way to look at it. Let me add in the races that flipped. And Democrats needed 23. Of the 21 races, 21 of the races they're flipping tonight. That number could go as high as 35, but you needed 23 coming into the night. Right now, these are not done out in the West Coast, so let's be careful.
And you've got a lot of women in play out there as well.
Right, women in play. But somewhere, you're going to get pretty close to what you needed just with these younger women, new candidates. So no question, there's a year of the woman dynamic here. Now, can you go through and find a few missed opportunities? Of course you can. But if you're Nancy Pelosi, you're looking at this is what you've worked for a long time. There's without a doubt, this is a big part of the Democratic story. Again, disappointment in the Senate, disappointment in the governor's races. When you look at the House, they're pretty happy in part because of candidate recruitment that to a large degree focused on women, military veterans.
True, and while we're still processing how much and how many, and who does it across the country now, focusing mainly on the left, when you look at this map and you see the red and the blue, it seems like from 2016, now confirmed in 2018, our electorate is a story of divergent Americas, and they are moving in opposite directions, and that seems solidified by what we're seeing tonight, John. I don't see more of a coalescing towards some kind of agreement of norms or anything like that. I see the opposite, from the House and the Senate moving in different directions to why and where. Pretty much every box you can check, we're moving apart.
We're moving apart, and we're redrawing the map. You mentioned this in your conversation with David Chalian. This House map is a rebuke of President Trump in the American suburbs. That's how George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, even Ronald Reagan, that was the Republican electoral lock, right? They won the Philadelphia suburbs. They won the Cleveland suburbs. Not anymore. The suburbs are now where the Democrats have a stronghold. Republicans, the whiter rural states, look at the Senate races, that's Republican. So the map is changing. There's a realignment, if you will, of voting groups if you look at the map. But otherwise, I just want to show you something. Just focus on the blue here. Democrats are coming back some when you look at this House map. Let's go all the way back. Here's the last Democratic majority. After Obama wins big, Democrats get 257 seats. Look at the blue, right? Look at the blue. It's everywhere. The Democrats are winning just about everywhere. Well, here's what happened in the Tea Party election. That blue disappears. Right? And then you come the next Tea Party election, more of it disappears. So you've got this red country where the Democrats are essentially the party of the coasts and the party of districts with a large African-American population. This is what the Democratic Party was. So now let's come forward to see where we are. Again, look at these areas that are very red. Some comeback, some pieces of comeback for the Democrats. Still largely happening on the coasts. Democrats will be very happy about the Midwest tonight, not with the governor's races. They left a few on the table. They'll be happy with some pickups here, and then we go on as we go in. So you're going to watch. There's a couple of stunners here. How are the Democrats winning a race that was on nobody's map in the middle of Oklahoma? Will that last more than 2 years? We don't know. But if you're looking at the Democratic map, at least now you have some representation from some parts of the country where yesterday you had none.
So people are looking at the numbers here and the master, John King, and they're saying, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
We have a lot of races still to project. Let's bring in Harry Enton. You're taking a look forward for us. What do you see?
So my computer modeling indicates that Democrats will, in fact, pick up 228 seats to the 207 for Republicans. Of course, it could go a bit higher than that. We can take a look at the best case for the Democrats. This screen will work, and there we go. And that projects Democrats winning up to 235 seats, which would be a net gain of 40 on the evening. Now, one interesting historical fact, the last time that we had this configuration, a Republican president, a Democratic House, and a Republican Senate, was all the way back in 1986.
Montana Senate. All right, Harry, thank you very much. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to more information coming in. We have the Montana Senate.
And it's flipped. It has flipped, although it's 59 votes. But John Tester has been leading
59 votes.
At 55% reporting. You see a lot of rural areas in the state of Montana. So this, the Democrats were trying to hold on to this. This one, when I was showing you, could they get to 55? That would be a +4 if they hold Nevada and Arizona, the Republicans. If you can add this to the mix, if this is in play late. And again, this one, of all the Senate races, this has been most personal to the President of the United States.
Yep.
Out there campaigning against John Tester a lot more than for Matt Rosendale. But let's see if it helps. The President with late visits. Tester's been leading steadily throughout the night. Matt Rosendale now pulls ahead, 55% reporting. The question is, as you go through it, you're starting to watch this. Let's just go back 6 years. Tester won a very close race. So you're trying to look. So watch, so you see the red and the blue here. You come forward to this year. Not a lot of change in the map. The question is, you pick Democratic areas here. John Tester, how's he doing? 61%, 53%. So go back 6 years, about the same. You just start to go through this. As you go through the map, you try to see, is Tester underperforming or is Rosendale overperforming? What happened in the last race? You come over here, Democratic area, Tester at 64. Go back in time, Tester at 64. So it's filling in. He had a pretty close race last time, all 3 points, 3.5 points. Now he's trailing. And so this again, you look at this map, this was one of the Democratic incumbents. I mean, the president won this state by 20-plus points. This is very tough territory for any Democrats. Just what we were talking about earlier, white rural voters becoming more and more Republican. The president very popular. John Tester tried to make the case, I'm one of you. He's really from Maryland. But we'll see. We'll see. Again, you have so many close races tonight. Montana, 59 votes. Let's check in Arizona. It's 11,000 votes, but still 60%. We'll see what happens there. If this map holds up, this one is very early. Arizona's moving along. Montana's moving along. But again, can you imagine what is America saying when the Democrats take the House, win 35, you heard Harry, maybe 40 seats, probably somewhere in the ballpark, 35, 38 seats, and yet the Republicans pick up 3, 4, maybe 5?
Okay.
That is a mixed message from a divided country.
All right, so we've had some developments tonight in Georgia. We were watching that governor's race, Stacy Abrams. We have Kaylee Hartung there because the campaign manager just came out and gave some new information. So let's get that. Kaylee, what'd they tell us?
Chris, this is not ending soon. That was a declarative statement that Stacy Abrams' campaign manager just made on the stage behind me, as she said the Abrams campaign believes this race is headed for a runoff. Now, the scenario for that being that neither Abrams or Brian Kemp would be able to take a majority. Neither would be able to get that 50+1 that they would need to win outright. Now, our campaign manager explained there are 3 factors they are looking at that lead them to believe this at this late stage in the race. She says that nearly all votes that are outstanding, those votes that haven't yet been counted, they believe to be in Democratic strongholds. She also said they believe that absentee ballots, tens of thousands of them, have not yet been counted. They believe, again, more of those votes cast by Abrams voters. They say they've received reports of about 20,000 absentee ballots in Gwinnett County that haven't been counted, as well as about 25,000 in Cobb County that have not yet been counted. And lastly, she says they believe an unknown number of provisional ballots were forced to be cast today by Georgia voters because, as they characterize it, shoddy election administration by Brian Kemp, their Republican opponent, who, as we well know, is the sitting Secretary of State. The controversy over his perceived conflict of interest has been at the center of this campaign. The state's top election official running for the state's top job, Stacy Abrams, has called for him to resign. There was a lawsuit filed today in federal court to issue a temporary restraining order on him to bar him from staying in that role. Should there be reason for further oversight of this election? But again, Chris, the Abrams campaign saying they believe this race is headed for a runoff. We expect to hear from Stacy Abrams very shortly here.
All right, so we have 2 issues that have come up now. Kaylee, thank you very much. The first one is just the ugliness of the politics there, right? It's just not easy to have the person in control of the election in a state, which is almost always the Secretary of State, running in that race as well. We saw that with Chris Kobach in Kansas. Now, he lost tonight, but Brian Kemp, so you're getting these reports about, well, was there voter suppression or not? You've probably been following this. It's been a big narrative in the election. That's having a little bit of a shadow over that race. And now the provisional ballots, okay, that winds up being argued by Abrams as an outgrowth of conflicts by Kemp and how this race was handled. So that could get a little ugly. It already was ugly early. But let's test the theory that the campaign manager has that this is going to a runoff. What's the threshold for a runoff? 50% plus one vote.
You have to get him below 50.
Right.
You have to get him below 50. He's at 51 right now, 114,000 votes. So some of the math we can do here, but Kayleigh made an important distinction. Think of what she went through. Provisional ballots. They're not going to be here because they're not counted. That's someone who shows up. Somebody says, no, this is not your polling place. You say, yes, it is. They say, well, fill out this provisional ballot. We'll fight about it later if necessary. If the race is so close, then we'll have, the two parties come in with the overseers and they go through. They rule them in, they rule them out. There's usually lawyers involved, right? Number one. Number two, they're saying there are missing absentee ballots or uncounted absentee ballots. Well, they're not going to show up here because this only gets the count. This is where the lawyers are going to be involved because Kemp is the Secretary of State. Now, to the idea, are there still votes out that have yet to be counted, actually votes cast today in precincts, cast in voting machines? You go around Fulton County, this is 10% of the state, biggest Democratic base in the state, 83%. So there are ballots out here, and obviously Stacy Abrams is winning quite convincingly in Fulton County. Are there enough to knock Brian Kemp? Again, she's winning with 72% in Fulton County. Are there enough ballots to knock him down with ballots? If you're talking about provisional ballots or we think there are absentee ballots that,
we don't know.
That you're hiding or they haven't counted, hanky-panky, that's a courtroom.
Right.
That's a courtroom. An automatic recount would come if a runoff would come. But even then, if he falls below, guess what? His lawyers are going to say, yeah, there are ballots out there too. So the first challenge is in the actual vote count, knock them below 50%. You've got to, now again, you heard Kayleigh, she says, the Abrams campaign says, that's not right, that there are some ballots that haven't been counted or some absentee ballots that they can't track down. That's what they say. But in terms of what the Secretary of State is saying, they're saying the 100% of the vote is in. So even though Stacey Abrams wins big here, the state is saying we're done here. So that's a lawyer issue. Let's move over here. 83% in Fulton, I said. Just want to go through quickly. 100, 99, 100. So my look at this, and because I've done this once or twice before, is that's going to be a lawyer issue in the morning.
If you go on the straight map effect of we only know what we can show, she doesn't get there in terms of her own. So it's going to be a legal fight.
This is your only question. How many? What are we talking about here? How many votes? Are there enough votes just there to knock them underneath? If not, lawyers.
All right, we'll stay on this. We'll hear it. We're not going to decide a legal battle tonight, that's for sure. So let's take a quick break here. Control of the House and control of the Senate have been decided, but by how much? There's so many high-profile races that are still just too close to call. So stay with us. We got more votes, and we have President Trump facing a very
Election morning, we told you it was going to be a long night. It's going to be a long morning as well. And as you can see, we're paying attention to a lot of the races here. A lot of them have not been decided. You can see we're looking at Wisconsin, the governor's race there, and it is pretty close. You can see Tony Evans holding on Tony Evers, excuse me, holding on to a very slight lead there, neck and neck. And then actually the Arizona Senate race, Martha McSally, the Republican, 12,000 votes ahead of her opponent. So we know a couple of things here. We know that Democrats will take control of the House. We know that Republicans will keep control of the Senate. You can call it maybe a blue wave if you want to, or you can call it a red wall if you want to. And lots of folks here to talk about that. Raring to go here on the set. And I want to get your overall impressions, but quite frankly, let's be honest here. This was, I think, the night of the woman.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah. No, you're totally right. It's a record. Women in Congress. Women will now be a third of the Democratic caucus. And the previous record was in 1992. There were 24 new women in the House. Right now we're at 26. We could get more women than that. And it's all kinds of women. It's young women. We have the first Muslim American women, first Native American women. We have people who've served in the military. So it's definitely a big night for women.
Mark, we talked about this a little bit earlier when we weren't on the air about what, a win is a win. But if you look at Georgia, you look at Florida, right? And you look at Texas. You have a young person in Texas. You have a woman of color in Georgia. And then you have a man of color in Florida. 3 red states where they almost flipped those states. What does that say to you?
I think Democrats recruited very dynamic candidates. I think that's what it really says, is that they had a strong field there.
Yeah.
But I still look at the overall picture, and I think that there also has to be an appreciation, I think, for how historic a figure Nancy Pelosi is. To be able to come back, be able to be on the precipice of reclaiming the speakership, I think is quite a historic moment for her, too.
You're saying something positive about it?
You know,
Is it something in the water?
Yeah.
Y'all
one
spent a long
a.m.
time beating up on Leader Pelosi, so
But I
I'm
think
happy
that's
to
his
hear
point.
that.
She's not the speaker.
I mean,
I know, as leader.
I think it's fair to also say that there's 11 incumbent Democrats who have said they would not vote for her for Speaker, and there were 47 Democrat nominees who said they would not vote for her. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the next couple of weeks. But I'm just acknowledging I think it's historic.
But it's also
I
important
think to the question you guys have said here to it today is you keep asking that and saying that Trump has driven those suburban voters away. The best way to bring them back, candidly, is the least popular political figure in America today is Nancy Pelosi.
Okay, but here's the thing. The NRCC ran 15 ads in the closing days in swing states, and 14 of them targeted Nancy Pelosi, and it didn't really make that much of a difference. And so, you've turned her into this boogeyman, but the truth is she's still standing. And and the Democrats have taken over the House.
Trump is I think Trump is a bigger figure.
I just stand by and say that Stacy Abrams is coming up. Pardon me. We'll get back to it and see what she's going to say. Stacy Abrams is coming up to Mike, and we heard Kayleigh Hartung. There she is. We want to listen in to Stacy Abrams. Let's listen.
Love you too. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. When you chose me as your Democratic nominee, I made you a vow. In our Georgia, no one would be unseen, no one is unheard, and no one is uninspired. But we know a vow takes effort. It takes commitment to hold truth. Reaching out, reaching across is hard work. But as I told you then, hard work is in our bones. And we have proven this every single day, Georgia, with doors knocked, with calls made, with miles traveled, with prayers prayed to the highest heavens. And tonight we have closed the gap between yesterday and tomorrow. But we still have a few more miles to go. But hear me clearly, that too is an opportunity to show the world who we are. Because in Georgia, civil rights has always been an act of will and a battle for our souls. And because we have been fighting this fight since our beginnings, we have learned a fundamental truth. Democracy only works when we work for it, when we fight for it, when we demand it. And apparently today, when we stand in lines for hours to meet it at the ballot box, that's when democracy works. But I'm here tonight to tell you, votes remain to be counted. There are voices that were waiting to be heard. Across our state, folks are opening up the dreams of voters in absentee ballots, and we believe our chance for a stronger Georgia is just within reach. But we cannot seize it until all voices are heard. And I promise you tonight, we're going to make sure that every vote is counted. Every single vote. Every vote's getting counted. Because I'll tell you this, in a civilized nation, the machinery of democracy should work for everyone, everywhere, not just in certain places and not just on a certain day. But what lies on the other side of our efforts? Our best lives are within reach. Fully funded public education in the state of Georgia. Medicaid expansion. And raising family incomes without raising taxes. Every Georgian that we have touched along the way understands the power of the vote. And I will tell you, this election has tested our faith. I'm not going to name names, but some have worked hard to take our voices away, to scare us away, to distract us. But if our vision is clear and we see the finish line, You have inspired me every single day of this campaign. I know what you sacrificed to make your way to the polls, to volunteer after work or on lunch breaks. And I know that you put your faith in me. You'll do it again. Georgia, you put your faith in me. But I want you to know tonight, the feeling is mutual. And I want you to look around. Tonight should be all the proof you need that when we put our faith in the great people of this state, there is nothing we can't accomplish together. This fundamental truth is why we fight on, because Georgia still has a decision to make. A decision between division and trickery, or a leadership that defends your rights, your kids, your career, your community, and your right to vote in America. That's what's on the ballot. Now, to all of Georgia's voters, including the 1.2 million who haven't shown up before, welcome aboard. But I want to say this. If I wasn't your first choice, or if you made no choice at all, you're going to have a chance to do a do-over. And I need you to know that it is my mission to serve you, to serve Georgia, to make you proud. And for those who didn't pick me the first time, to change your mind about me and what we can accomplish together. You see, I learned a long time we don't need to agree on everything. But I will always respect you, and I will do everything I can to keep you safe and help you live your best lives. Because that's what leadership requires at this moment. And it is how we breathe life back into our republic when it seems to be shallow of breath. And to everyone who has already poured your precious time and energy and hard-earned dollars and your love into this campaign, I say thank you. And I urge you to stay with us. Because Georgia, friends, we are still on the verge of history, and the best is yet to come. Because this is not about me. It's about us. It's about our voices. Say our voices. It's about our votes. Say our votes. It's about our time. Say our time. Our voices. Our votes. Our time. Because we are Georgia. Say it with. We are Georgia. We are Georgia. Say it with me. Say we are Georgia. We are Georgia. We are Georgia. So let's get it done. Thank you so much.
Stacy Abrams down in Atlanta, Georgia, a city that I know all too well after living there for 7 years, but she's down in Atlanta. It's an odd mixture of, it seems like maybe an acceptance speech and a closing argument. So we're going to have the analyst here, and we're going to talk about that. But an interesting thing, she is refusing to concede. We'll talk about that right after the break. Election night in America, and we are back. You saw Stacy Abrams down in Atlanta refusing to concede, and she's saying these are the factors that they believe are outstanding here. Outstanding votes, absentee ballots to be counted, provisional ballots, and given those three issues, they say that they believe that this is headed to a runoff. Simone Sanders. Good strategy?
I think it's a great strategy. Look, in Georgia, in order to win the Georgia governor's race, you have to be at 50+1. And so when it's this close, what, a little over 115,000 votes ahead, if I was a Stacey Abrams strategic communications director, absolutely this would be what we're saying. You also saw Stacey go out there and fire up the crowd. April, while we was saying she's taking them to church. That's because when this does go to a runoff, because I fully believe it will, Stacey Abrams is going to need these folks that got so fired up, that came out in droves, that stood in long lines in the rain today, to turn right back around in less than a month on December 4th and do this again. And she needs this exact same level of turnout, if not a little bit more, if she wants to eke this out. So this has to be the strategy because there have been so many irregularities, given that Brian Kemp, who is the current Secretary of State, has been overseeing this process, and it falls on him that there were not enough ballots at the polls, that the machines weren't ready. This is on him.
Mark Preston, this is what you do. She's down with by 150,000 votes. Are there enough votes to make up to do that? What is it, 50 plus 1 or what have you?
I mean, it remains to be seen, but look, what we just saw her do, she had to do for a couple of reasons. One is you can't give up, as Simone says, when you are that close. But even more importantly for the Democratic Party, when we've seen such an outpouring of support from African Americans, from Hispanic candidates, for her to go out and to concede, especially when we just saw Andrew Gillum just a couple of hours ago really go down in a race that most people thought he was going to win. So I think Stacy Abrams had to come out and give that speech. There is a lot of questions about the Secretary of State and his actions in office. And look, she's going to live to have another day and to see if these votes...
But she only has to get him down to under 50%. She doesn't have to make up the entire deficit.
Or it could just get to 50. It has to be 50 plus 1. So if it's 50 and not 50.23, if it's 50, there's a runoff.
Go ahead, Maeve. What do you...
Well, I mean, I just think that this is such an important night in terms of the diversity of voters that came out across the country, just looking at the exit polls. And I think that, and especially young voters, all of the voters that she was talking about in that speech who are out for the first time, for them, I mean, this is historic that it potentially goes on.
But it's beyond history. Let's look at the issues that happened today. Stacy Abrams was one of those who had to tell people, stay at the polls. There were long lines. There was not adequate equipment there. Things were happening. The NAACP had to go
electrical cords for some places.
Right.
Kemp had a problem when he was voting. That was it.
Yes, but a lot of the vast majority of problems were happening in the black communities.
Right.
And the NAACP had to even step in to ask for extended time, etc. This does not bode well when your opponent is in charge of the elections process and did not recuse himself. So she has a right to do this. And I mean, we are now sitting at a time where we are not having voting rights enforced. We don't have voting rights anymore. It's gone.
Considering all the consternation, Congressman, are you surprised to see this? Because, you know, the voter suppression, there were accusations of that. There were several lawsuits. There was even one filed tonight. Are you surprised that this is the outcome?
No, I'm not at all surprised there's going to be litigation. I predicted that.
But refusing to.
Well, I don't blame her for not conceding, but I don't think that the outcome is going to change. With the absentee ballots and the mail-in ballots, they tend to break the same way as the machines. She has a lot to make. She has to get a lot more votes net in order to change this outcome. I don't see it changing, although I think she's right not to concede. They should count them all first.
But can you imagine, though, I mean, let's just imagine their scenario. There is a runoff in Georgia. Now what?
One more month of fun.
I mean,
a lot of money.
She's smart. To the congressman's point, she's smart to buy herself a little bit of time. There's no clock that says you have to concede by X time.
Right.
There's no
she
reason.
has the right to
wait.
do that
Right.
too, yeah.
Absolutely. Wait. See what happens. See what the absentees. See what some of the provisionalists look like. But, and Simone makes this important point, the runoff is not far away if it does happen, so you have to run sort of a two-tier strategy. You have to see, okay, we got to try to get as many votes as we can counted for us, but in the event that we get what we want, we got to be ready. It goes up 2.5 months from now. It's, you know, less than a month from now. So I'm with the congressman. I still think it's hard, barring large-scale irregularities, places not counting, them finding a lot of votes, which is always a possibility. I think it's hard. It's not as hard as that number necessarily presents because, to your point earlier, Don, it doesn't have to go from 51-48 to 50-49 for her. She's just got to bring him down. But these things, she's right to buy. She's right and well within her rights to take her time and not concede. I'm skeptical based on the history of stuff like these, provisionals, absentees. Usually they tend to break, broadly speaking, similar to the vote that you see.
What's been usual about this?
But I think there's been unprecedented attempts to suppress the vote here in Georgia. I think so much has happened over the last couple of days, but Brian Kemp accused the Georgia Democratic Party of hacking the voting system, of hacking the database just not, 2 days ago. And so I think there's also something to be said here about the lawsuit that was filed this evening, that Brian Kemp needs to recuse himself and step down from his position as Secretary of State. The integrity of this election is in question in Georgia. I don't think this has been a fair process. This is not fair to the voters, regardless of the side of the aisle you sit on.
What do you think the possibility You can see that he actually recuses himself, that Brian Kemp recuses himself, and this whole rigmarole that's happening.
That's hard for me to predict. I would assume that that doesn't happen. But again, I think that she has every right to allow this process to play out, and she should. But you have almost 4 million votes. To get a 1% means a 40,000 net vote change. Not more votes for her, 40,000, but a 40,000 net difference, which I think is pretty substantial.
Don't you think her story, Kirsten, it sort of encapsulates what we have seen throughout the country here? You see in urban areas, in suburban areas, so it's a story for the Democrats. In rural areas, it is a story for the Republicans. Most of the votes that she got, and I've assumed she had to get some white votes, right, that were outside of the large urban centers in the suburbs, but it's pretty close. She encapsulates what's happening in the country.
Yeah, but I also think, even let's just say this is where we end up with these numbers, it's a victory of sorts for her, because this is kind of incredible that she's even gotten this close. So let's remember, this is Georgia, after all, and this is an African-American woman who's pretty progressive running in Georgia. And so I think that, she has run an incredible race. She's worked really hard on, turning people out, and was very successful on that.
Can I just go quickly to the point?
I gotta go.
Very quick. I just want to do this because it's the point of the suburbs versus rural. So the exit polls, 62% of the vote in the Georgia governor's race came from the suburbs. Kemp 57, Abrams 42. She won urban areas 68-30.
Yep.
She lost rural areas by 17.
We are watching the Senate race in Nevada. Republicans are ahead, but Democrats still may have some hope there. Well,
Welcome to our continuing coverage of election night. Some really big headlines tonight. The Democrats have regained control of the House. You have the Republicans extending their lead in the Senate. How much on either side? We don't know. I'll take you through one at a time. On the House side, if we put out the numbers, we're at 209 to 195 right now. You see that there, right? But the most important number is the one at the bottom of the screen. 31 seats remain, okay? And those are mostly out west. Some of the races are just too close to call. We'll be staying on them. What could that ultimately mean? Well, you could see the Democrats up, another 15, 16 seats. What do you want to call a wave? What do you want to call a red wall on the Senate side? A lot of that is just semantics and political spin. The reality is that the picture of this country and its electorate is pretty clear. We have divergent groups, and they are moving farther apart. That's pretty much the headline. Not to be cynical, it's just the reality. So on the Senate side, we're watching some seats. They've been tricky. I mean, up in Montana, you have such a beautiful explanation of what's going on in the country right now there. John Tester, okay? He's a Democrat, but he's one of them. And that's the pitch that he's been making. But you've had the president go there, thumping on him, and it seems to be paying off. Very close. So if you look, you have 43 Democrat seats, 51 Republican. What's the big takeaway from this with 6 seats remaining? The Republicans aren't going to have to worry about confirmation battles anymore. They're not going to have to worry about the moderates of a Collins and a Murkowski anymore. They're going to have the numbers. But right now, we really do want to keep our sharp focus on 2 things. One that we know for sure and one that we're waiting to see. What we know for sure, wow, did women make a big difference for Democrats tonight. Literally, when we look at the seats that they've picked up so far, all of them are women that have made a difference. Now, their ages, their dispositions, their types of politics. These are going to be questions going forward for the Democratic Party to see what they'll be about and who their leadership will be. That's what we know for sure. What we don't know is what's going to happen in these Senate races. Dan has been tracking those for us. Now, we'll talk about all of them, but we're keeping an eye on Nevada right now. We're starting to get some results that are intriguing.
That's right. And one of the reasons that Nevada is so interesting and has been is it's the only competitive Senate seat where Hillary Clinton won. We're talking about Republican and Trump turf. This is Hillary Clinton turf. Dean Heller, the incumbent Republican, though, is up 51.8%. Jackie Rosen, the Democratic challenger, is trailing at this point 43.5%. But we only have a quarter of the vote in, a little bit less. So we're certainly going to keep watching. Montana, this is a Democratic incumbent seat. But Matt Rosendale, the Republican challenger, is ahead by a little bit more than 1 percentage point. John Tester, the incumbent Democrat, is trailing. We're going to continue to watch that as those numbers are so incredibly close. Just about 2,000 votes separating them. Arizona, this is an open Republican Senate seat. Martha McSally is trying to keep this in GOP hands. She is ahead just barely, just a little more than 1%, but she is ahead against Kyrsten Sinema, the Democratic candidate in Arizona. Now let's look at Florida. It is incredibly close. The votes are almost all in. Rick Scott is ahead We are waiting to see a little bit more because there's Florida. We've had some issues. I don't know if you know with Florida with these races being so incredibly close. So we're waiting to see what happens there. I also want to go up north to Maine. Maine is an interesting state. You mentioned this earlier, Chris. Angus King, he is the incumbent. He is an independent. He caucuses with the Democrats. He is well ahead, but we're waiting to see how the rest of the votes come in tonight because we have about a quarter of the votes in the state of Maine.
And that one can get complicated because if they don't meet their threshold amount, then you have this whole kind of cutting off the last one. Then you have an automatic recount, which is a retabulation. So that could be a little bit of a protracted process. Let's talk about Arizona and Nevada just in a little bit of a broader context. We were talking about this in the break. The president has been shy in those two areas. A little bit of context on why, though. Nevada, part of the story there is change in the complexion of that state, change in the political disposition of that state. Before 92, it would go red in presidential elections. Since then, I think, what is it? At about 5 of the last 7 cycles, Democrats have won. However, the emerging entity there, Caitlin, Latino voters, 18%. That's a big chunk in that part of the country. They went big for Obama, not for Clinton. She didn't win as many, but it was still enough of a threat profile for them to make certain decisions on the Republican side. What do we know?
Well, the president's big campaign blitz was the last 2 weeks. Those were also the 2 weeks that the president was pushing that hardline anti-immigration message. And we were told by GOP sources that they did not want President Trump to come to Nevada or to Arizona these last 2 weeks. That's why we saw him repeating states during that blitz, going to Ohio multiple times, going to Florida multiple times, going to Missouri multiple times, because they didn't want him coming out there because they didn't think he would be helpful. Now, if we come to the end of tonight and this didn't go their way, you have to wonder if that was the right decision. The White House pushed back on that because they said, look, the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., was out there in these last few weeks. But having Donald Trump Jr. there and having President Trump there with this message about the caravan that is his constant message during any of his campaign speeches is a very different message to voters. So you have to look at and see, and President Trump may feel that he didn't make the right decision by not going out there.
Well, one thing we know for sure is the president's not going to come out and it's on him. That's what he's not going to say. We're not going to hear that if they lose Nevada. Now, one of the interesting things, let's go over to John King, is that it matters. Obama won 70%, 70 of the Latino vote. Hillary Clinton won 60%. That's a nice chunk of it, but it's not what he got. And it creates a potential opportunity for Democrats. Now, when I look at these numbers, I say, where's the optimism? You see it a little differently.
You look at this map right now, and actually, this could be the one bright spot for the Democrats tonight when it comes to the United States Senate. They haven't flipped any Republican seats yet. Now, you're looking at the math, and you're saying, well, Dean Hiller's ahead, 23% in. What are you talking about? Well, I'm talking about this. This is Washoe County, the western part of the state. Jackie Rosen winning 51%. It's 100% in. Let's go back in time, okay? Let's go back in time. Dean Hiller in 2012 wins it with 50%, right? Just come out here to the full state, just barely wins because Clark County, this is your Latino vote, this is Vegas, this is the suburbs, this is your Democratic base. Dean Hiller loses by 9 points in Clark County in 2012, but has a narrow victory because he wins everywhere else. So let's come back to where we are right now. Jackie Rosen, number 1, winning Washoe. I saw Dean Hiller. I was in Nevada last week. He said he thought he was going to win, but he acknowledged he had a problem here, and they were moving some resources in, just resources for turnout. They were looking at their polling. They were doing their vote last week of the campaign. You have a list. We got to get to this number. You know if you're short. You know if you got it.
Who lives there?
They were moving resources in. Well, you have Reno down here, number 1, and you have some suburbs around Reno, and then this gets very rural out here. This is Republican territory out here, but Democrats think they have an opportunity down here. It's hard to call Reno urban, but for Nevada purposes, you do have more suburban area. And so what you have is, and you have growth in new voters. And so that you have the Democrat leading in Washoe by 6 points, 100% in, 7 points, 100% in. I also want to show you down here. You come down to Carson City and bring this out here. You know, Hiller's winning, right? But you just go back to his race 6 years ago, not by as much, not by as much. In the red Republican areas, he's got to run it up. You got to run it up huge. You see all this? You see it? That's how he just barely won, because he runs it up here to overcome this. Now let's come back to where we are tonight. We don't have anything from Clark County yet. So that Jackie Rosen is winning Washoe and winning it with a decent margin. Dean Hiller now has to defy the laws of mathematics, gravity, and political trends in Nevada and somehow compete you can't lose Clark County by 10 points like he did 6 years ago. Can he get closer than that in this year? We'll have to wait till Clark County comes in. But if you look at this map, it's not over. We're still counting. But any Republican in Nevada or in the West will tell you that that is blue is a very, very bad sign for Dean Heller.
Now, one of the things we know went over in the last block, but let's refresh everybody on it right now, is Montana. This is a big metaphor fight in this. President Trump went after John Tester. Doesn't like John Tester. John Tester is popular there. And he says, look, the president may not like me, but I'm one of you. Very tight race. What are we seeing now?
The president is looking at this Senate map tonight, and he loves this. He loves this. He loves this. He loves this. He is dancing over this if it holds. Remember, John Tester was the senator, the Democratic senator who called Dr. Ronnie Jackson, the White House Dr. Candyman. Dr. Jackson is still under investigation. Republicans were not ready to confirm Dr. Jackson. But the president, because Tester was out in the lead, takes it personally. So he's been out here 4 times, I think. Somebody correct me if it's more than that. His son has been out there. This is a big deal. Tester led early on. You capsulized this race perfectly earlier. Tester says, I'm a Democrat. I'm not one of those national Democrats. I'm one of you. That's his race. That's how he has survived out there, and he's been pretty damn good at it, actually. He tried to say this is a Maryland real estate developer, but this is a Republican state. This is a state the president won 20-plus points. So you look at the results now. Matt Rosendale ahead, 3,300 votes, 71%. So you're looking at the map and you're saying, okay, what can we find? Let's just go looking through the big Democratic areas by Montana standards, 100% in. 100% in. So you come back out here and you're looking at the map. Let's just look at some others. Come up here, 61%. So if you're Tester, you're thinking, okay, I'm winning here by 10 points. Here's an opportunity. Let's see. We got some more votes to count. And then you start looking at these smaller areas. This is a big, if you go back to the last race, which is a pretty close race for John Tester, this is Montana, he won this big. He won this big. So if you're John Tester and you're looking at the map, you're saying, okay, I got a chance down here. But if you're Matt Rosendale and the Republicans, you're looking down this corner of the state, go back 6 years, the Republican wins it big. So now you're sitting in their headquarters and you're calling all your county people and you're check your list, double check your list, what's outstanding, what's the problem. The other thing you're saying is, why do we have 61% here and 100% there and nothing here? I mean, this is what this in a close race. You're from a political family, you know what this is like at this point. You're calling, who's my field guy here? Where the hell is he? I can't find him. And you're calling in these places now trying to figure it out. Because can John Tester overcome that? Yes. But you just want to look. You talk about America changing. Look at the neighborhood.
Yep.
This is a very hard state for a Democrat. And so the Democrat takes an early lead. The Republican pulls ahead. The gravity tells you Rosendale's happier. Tester says, I'm a survivor.
Gotcha.
They're making all these phone calls. Let's watch. Let's watch. You got 30% of the vote, 28% of the vote still to count Again, another very close race tonight.
But it just shows a guy that maybe man up wouldn't have had a chance against Tester because of the reality of our politics right now. There's a divergent reality. And if you're with Trump, you're going against anybody else, whether you've known him your whole life or not. Let's talk about Arizona. There's going to be history made here. You've got 2 female candidates. This is part of our new reality in electorates, and that's something to be happy about, to see women participation up. You could have somebody who makes an LGBT first in this state. You're going to have a first woman as a senator here. How do you think this race breaks down 63% in?
And 2 House members at the same time, too. Often House members run statewide the first time they crash.
Right.
But one of these, either Republican or Democrat House member is going to be the next senator from Arizona. Again, this has been stuck here for a long time. And so it just happens. Some states count faster, slower. The margin's been 16,000 votes for a while. So what are you looking at here? This is your biggest basket of votes right here. It's 87% in. And if you're Kirsten Sinema, you're thinking, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. You're winning in the largest county. This is 60% of the state. 60% of the state. So if you're the Democrat, Phoenix, Scottsdale, the suburbs here, you start moving out. This is the big test, right? Democrats win most urban areas. It's the West. It's a little more Republican, but Democrats win here. And then as you start moving away, start driving out, start seeing the Walmarts and the Sam Clubs, can Democrats still pull in the votes? That's too close. That's too close. That doesn't mean she can't pull it out, but that's too close as you look at it. Let's come down here, Tucson, another area. This is more what she needs to do, but she's done.
Right.
100% of the vote is in. So you look at that margin, you think, okay, Democrats doing all right, but there's nothing else to get. You come up here, more rural area of the state, liberal area of the state, you see here, but it's in. It's in. So you're coming down, now you're clicking through, you just want to look at the Republican areas, and you come through, most of this vote is counted. We're looking at votes in Maricopa County. Just want to check over here to make sure I'm right about that. Yep. So we're looking right here. I didn't check Yuma, so just let me go over here and take a peek. 98%. So it's a little bit more here. Pretty small, 3% of the state population, but a little bit more here. So Martha McSally says, okay, a couple of votes there, but this is where we're waiting on. And so this is where our guys out there in the decision desk are calling into Maricopa County saying, what do you got? Where is it? When are we going to get it?
When I follow you, it makes sense, and then I feel that my head is about to explode because of how much data you could put out there very quickly. Do you think that it is going to stay this way? What's your guess at this point?
Let's come out to the full statewide so I'm not misleading people at home so they can see it. It's stayed consistently here, but we're missing 40% of the vote.
And that's a lot.
Yeah, and so you look at it.
And she's tapped out, McSally, in a lot of places
in most places. So there's no question. Again, let's just go back in time. These are both first-time candidates statewide. So this is Jeff Flake's seat 6 years ago.
Yeah.
In a pretty close race, come out to the full race. In a pretty close race, Jeff Flake carried Maricopa County.
Right.
The third candidate there. So you got but 50%. Jeff Flake cracks 50. Martha McSally is at 49. So you're looking at this map and you're saying, where? Where? If you're in the state, if you're in this state or our guys out in the decision desk, they okay, this is a big county.
Right.
And so are the votes missing? Are they here? Then the Sinema campaign saying, okay, all right, they're here. You're getting a little more nervous, although she does well down here as well. Because you come in, you got to remember her House district is in here as well. And so this gets complicated, but the votes are all in one place. The question is where? And as we always say, when we get to this time of the night, whichever county it is in America, when?
I got you. I mean, look, I'll tell you, it's complicated stuff. The numbers are all over, but you have a way of making it simple.
Check this one more
Go ahead.
time.
What do you got? Before
I'm just waiting to see if Clark County.
It's only 25%. So we'll keep an eye on this. We got John King. You literally can't do any better. You can study for weeks. You pale in comparison to the man I'm sitting next to. All right, let's take a break. Democrats take the House. We know that. It's a big deal. How big of a wave? We're still waiting to see. There are results in 6 Senate races that we're watching. How big of an advantage is the president's party going to hold there? What will that mean? There's a lot to be decided, and we're going to do it if you stay with us tonight.
And we've got a key race alert to tell you about. It is in Nevada. We want to get to CNN's Phil Mattingly, who's at the Magic Wall, to update us. We understand the Democrat is pull ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the reason why was basically outlined just a short while ago by John King. And that's because the biggest county in the state has come in. And that is why Jackie Rosen right now up 58.8% to 45%, 47,000 votes. You want to know why? John was talking about the importance of a Democratic lead right here in Washoe County. That has continued to hold. That's 100% in. Here's where Democrats have their firewall, regardless of what year it is, regardless of what midterm or presidential it is. It's right here. It's Clark County. This is 72% of the vote. This is the Democratic stronghold. This is where Democrats always run up the vote. And take a look at what Jackie Rosen is doing. Now 100% reporting, up by about 13 points, just shy of 13 points, up by 60, 70,000 votes here. Here's what that means, just to bottom line this right now. Dean Heller, the incumbent Republican senator, is in big trouble. John laid it out perfectly before. If Dean Heller's not running up vote, or at least winning the vote in Washoe County, where Dean Heller is from, where he won in 2012 to eke out his Senate election, he's in big trouble. That's obviously still holding 51% to 44.5%, 100% in. That's a done deal. If Republicans aren't winning there, they have a big problem when they're getting blown out here, which is exactly what Jackie Rosen is doing. Still some time to come in, still some Republican counties to come in, but those are the 2 counties, and those 2 counties are looking very good for Democrats, Don.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. Let's get to Scott McLean now. Scott McLean is actually at Jackie Rosen headquarters in Nevada, where they are standing by and watching CNN. What's happening there? Give us the mood.
Hey, Don. Well, what I can tell you here is that Dean Heller spends his weekend in Washoe County, which includes Reno. They figured that that was the linchpin of a Republican victory in this Senate race. And right now, things are not looking good for Republicans. There are some very encouraging signs here for Jackie Rosen. Democrats will tell you that they knew that they had to run up the score in Clark County, and it seems like they're doing that. You can hear some of the energy in this room. They knew that they had to turn out women. They knew they had to turn out young people and Latino voters as well. And Don, I can also tell you that according to a Democratic insider with knowledge of the Jackie Rosen campaign strategy, some of the talk, the president's talk about birthright citizenship seemed to strike a nerve among the Nevada Latino voters. This is according to their internal polling, and they believe that that drew a lot of voters, would be Dean Heller voters, to to the Jackie Rosen camp. Things are still obviously not over, but things are looking very good for Democrats at this point here in Nevada, Don.
Scott, I heard how interesting this would be for Democrats at this point. That is all I heard from the last about minute that you said because they're so excited there. But Scott, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let's take it over to the panel.
So
Go ahead, Maeve. This will be huge, right?
This is such a fascinating state to watch, particularly for how things could go in 2020. I mean, what he was talking about there in terms of the turnout among Latino voters, how much that could have helped Jackie Rosen, and how unhelpful Trump's rhetoric was on birthright citizenship, the caravan, sending troops to the border. I mean, these are areas where potentially you're doing permanent damage to the Republican Party. And Nevada is such a dynamic state. You know, potentially also tonight in Nevada, we will potentially see that becoming the first state to have a majority of women in the state house. So this is clearly a place where Democrats have worked hard, particularly the Culinary Union, for example, turning out those voters in Clark County, and could have long-term ramifications for
I'm glad you said that because, Mark, I know that you have been raring to talk about this, what all of this means for the Republican Party. Wins tonight in the Senate and big wins, right? You have to give them that. But long-term, what does this mean?
Well, a couple of things. I think when you look at tonight, you can't say there's a clear-cut winner, clear-cut loser. House Democrats, winners. Senate Republicans, winners. Donald Trump, I would argue, loser, and the loser being that House Democrats now will have subpoena power, and they will cause incredible headaches for him. But when you talk about the party structure as we're going forward, and you look at these exit poll results, and just so all our viewers know, when we're talking about exit poll results, these are live interviews that are people that are walking out of the polling place where they're just asked specific questions and they answer them freely. This is really good data. This has got to be troubling right now if you are a Republican. Democrats hold a 35-point lead with voters between 18 to 29. Democrats have a 19-point lead with voters between the ages of 30 and 44. Among women, they have a 20-point lead or a 19-point lead at this point among women. These are just Democrats. And if you look at minorities right now, 9 in 10 blacks are voting Democrat. Nearly 7 in 10 Hispanics are voting Democrat. If you're looking long-term, 20 years down the road, the Republican Party is in a lot of trouble because I do not think the generation now is going to be the generation of their parents.
If you're looking at Arizona, with the neighboring state, which is typically red, it is really close. Typically red. Are you looking at a similar scenario there?
I don't think so. I think
Stand by. I got to get to Dana Bash. She's got a projection in the Senate. Go ahead, Dana.
Don, we have a projection in the state of Nevada, and that is Jackie Rosen, the Democratic challenger, will now be the senator from Nevada. This is the only pickup that Democrats have had and have gotten for the entire night in the United States Senate. So what does this mean when you look at the balance of power? 44 Democrats right now, 51 Republicans, 2 Republican pickups there. 5 seats are still outstanding this evening. Don?
Very much. Let's get back now to Jackie Rosen headquarters. I'm sure they're very excited when they hear this. Scott McLean is there. Scott, are they even aware of this at this point?
Hey, Don, they're not actually quite aware of it, but they're about
Here
to.
Here they go. Here you go.
About to hear this room go absolutely wild for Jackie Rosen. There it is right now. If you can hear me right now, I can tell you, Don, this campaign was very hard from the get-go. That is what they're telling us. That look, they worked very hard to get out their base. They had a registration advantage from the get-go, and they needed to really turn it out because we know that Democratic voting drops off big time in the midterm elections, especially in Nevada. If you look out in this crowd, you'll see a lot of red T-shirts. Those red T-shirts belong to members of the Culinary Union here, Local 226. It is a massive political force in the state of Nevada. We're talking 57,000 members strong. It was a political machine in this election. Again, Jackie Rosen told me that it could very well play a big role in actually ensuring a Democratic victory, and it very well may have done that here tonight, Don.
All right, thank you very much. The good old delay, everyone. I got to go. Election night in America, proving to be really unpredictable. We'll continue to talk about that right after this break.
projection in the Nevada Senate race. It looks like the Democrat is going to take it there. We'll stay tuned on that. The House, about 24 races out, so let's check in with Phil Mattingly. Let's start in the Southeast, and we'll work our way west. Does that work for you?
Sounds good. Let's start top line first, because keep in mind, the House may be called, but right now it's all about margin. How many votes does whoever the speaker is, if it's Nancy Pelosi or somebody else, have to work with? And right now, Democrats are leading in 36 Republican districts. That would give them 227, but the vote's still outstanding. Here's one surprise that I think everybody needs to pay attention to that's just coming online right now, and that is down in South Carolina's 1st District. Joe Cunningham, the Democrat, 4,700 votes ahead over Katie Arrington, 99% reporting. He's right on the verge right now. That would be an upset. This race came online late. Talking to Republicans over the last couple of weeks, they had concern about it, but the background here is important. Katie Arrington primaried Mark Sanford, the incumbent Republican in that district, former governor of the state. Katie Arrington beat Mark Sanford. Katie Arrington, in her victory speech when she won the primary, talked about how this was Trump's party now. This was Donald Trump's party. She was a Trump supporter. Right now, she is on the verge of defeat based on what we're looking at right now. Why that's important for a couple of different reasons, but the primary one right now is this was a seat Democrats did not expect to have in their win column. So every one you add that's a surprise, especially given California is still coming in. There's a number of pickups there they could possibly get. This is a +1 Democrats didn't expect to have. That's one more seat whoever the speaker is going to be, if that's Nancy Pelosi, is going to have. That's a big deal.
So we have this as a projected win for the Democrats. We'll talk about the dynamic later on as we start to go there. Georgia 6th is something that's worth looking at right now. What do we see there?
Yeah, and I think it's worth also remembering, if you're talking about Georgia, everybody remembers Georgia 6. There was a special election in Georgia 6. There were tens of millions of dollars that were spent in that race. Democrats had a lot of high hopes, and Democrats fell short. John Ossoff, the candidate. Here's another one that came online late. Karen Handel was the incumbent. She won that special election.
Just
Take a look at this
votes.
race right now.
Wow.
50-50. Karen Handel only up by 57 votes, 100% reporting. Lucy McBath was considered a top-tier Democratic candidate, somebody that had a lot of recognition inside the party, raised a ton of money, had a great backstory. This became extremely close. I'll tell you, in talking to Republicans and Democrats, they saw this moving in this direction late in the race. It's happening right now. The big question is 57 votes ahead. Where's this going from here at this point?
Yeah, now a quick thing for people watching at home. They see 100% reporting. Well, that's it. Then this is how it ends. No. Why? How does it work in terms of really putting a fine point on the race and how the ballot counting will go over the next 18 to 24 hours?
Yeah, it's going to be a big question. I think it's one right now that we leave to our decision desk. They're the experts. They're the ones who are going to decide when they're comfortable to call. And I can tell you, with 57 votes ahead, people are going to...
That's right.
This is when lawyers get involved at some point. But people are still, as long as this isn't called, it's still outstanding right now. This is as close as it gets. And it's also worth noting, this is Atlanta suburbs. This is the types of places that we've been talking about that were ripe for Democratic pickups throughout the night. And this is exactly why this came online.
Now, in Georgia, we've been hearing that on the governor's side. You know, some of these races that are really close may not be counted tonight because of just the arithmetic, just the ballot findings. Some of it is going to be protracted legal contests. And certainly that's the way that governor's race seems to be handled. We'll see which way this is headed. Now let's go to Illinois. All right, let's go to the Illinois. Which district do we want? The 13th district. All right, now this is a good one for you, and it's a lesson in why we take our time here. Originally, we thought that the Democrat was going to take this, Betsy Lonergan, but I don't think so. We think Rodney Davis is going to pull out this race, and that's our projection right now here at CNN, that the Republican is going to take this race. How did we see it going initially, and how did we get to this point?
Well, there was a projection made earlier that Betsy Lonergan, who was considered a top-tier Democratic candidate, was going to defeat Rodney Davis. We have now obviously pulled away from that. These are the reality of the numbers that you're seeing right now. Rodney Davis, 99% reporting, 7,000 votes ahead right now. He's clearly in comfortable position right here. This was another one of those races that Democrats thought maybe they could actually pull into play late into the race, but this is also a different part of the state. We've been talking a lot about Chicago suburbs. You've seen two incumbent Republicans on their way down or already down in that type of area. Southern Illinois is a different matter. It's a more Republican area. Rodney Davis, when you talk to Republicans, said he ran a good campaign. He understood early there was going to be a threat. He raised his money, and he's considered well-liked in the district. He is going to, at least at this stage in time, edge out this victory, even though earlier in the night we thought there was a possibility Betsy Lonergan could win.
Very interesting. And again, if you're a Democrat, this is the future of your party. Women came out today in so many of your races. They won, they lost, but they were your players on the field like we've never seen before. Another interesting point, look at all this paper I have in mind. This is everything that he has in his head. That's the level of sophistication. That's why I love being on this team. All right, let's go to the Utah 4th race and check in on that right now. Interesting party. This is about the Trump effect once again as well. We see the Democrat ahead here, Mia Love. She was there. She had gone in with Trump. Now that's becoming part of the political calculus. She's in a tough race.
Mia Love was a Republican who was trying to walk a very careful line. Utah obviously was not a huge fan of President Trump. If you go back to 2016, her district, she actually ran far above. Take a look at where she was back in 2016. She won by 12 points. Take a look at what the president did in this congressional district. Barely won. Remember, there was an independent candidate who was running as well, only won by 7 points compared to where she was. Now let's go back to 2018 and where she is right now. Let me explain two things here. First and foremost, yes, there's a Trump effect in Utah, even though Mia Love tried to distance herself, particularly on immigration issues, when he made comments about Haiti, where she is, where her parents are immigrants from. But this is also important, candidate selection. You talk all throughout the night about Democrats going out, getting candidates that could win in districts that maybe traditionally they would not. Now, this district has toggled back and forth over the course of the last 10 years, but this was considered to be reliably Republican to some degree. Ben McAdams has won Salt Lake County in county office before. That is a top-tier candidate who has already won county-wide, 97% reporting, 5,000 votes ahead. Ben McAdams looks right on the verge as well, and that's as much about the candidate in this race as it is about any other outside factor.
All right, good segue for that to go to California. And let's go to Dana Rohrabacher. He's a very controversial Republican. He's seen as soft on Russia. It's been controversial over years. How would he play with Trump? Now he's in a very tough race here. How do you see it?
He's in the race of his life, and I think everybody knew that coming in. Harley Ruda raised a ton of money, millions of dollars coming in. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in this race. Dana Rohrabacher, known for his relations with Russia. Russia obviously became a very big issue over the course of the last couple of years. Here's where we stand. 70% reporting, razor-thin margin, 820 votes ahead for Harley Ruda. The interesting part about this district, and really several in this Orange County area here, is there were a lot of pickup opportunities. There were 4 clear pickup opportunities in a part of the state that used to be the bastion of Republican politics. Mitt Romney cleaned up in Orange County. These Republican incumbents, Dana Rohrabacher, 3 decades in the House, there's a reason they always win here. This fits the narrative, this fits the map of districts that have started to move heavily away from President Trump over the course of the last 2 years, and there's a possibility that Dana Rohrabacher becomes a casualty of that. However, keep in mind, 820 votes ahead, still very, very
tight.
And only 70% reporting. We're still seeing kind of the fluidity of the races still reporting out in California.
All right, we have the California 39. Why is this race important? Because we could have a first here. We could have the first Korean woman to sit in the Congress, period. And that would be interesting if she wins. We're not projecting the race, but right now, how's it going?
So this is Ed Royce's former district, and Young Kim was actually a former staffer for Ed Royce when he was in Congress, the top Republican on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And right now, 73% reporting, Young Kim has opened up a pretty decent lead, 8,000 votes ahead. And this is an interesting case because we talk a lot about what Democrats have done on the candidate side. This is a Republican candidate that if you talk to anybody in the party, they say she is a superstar. Why is she a superstar? Why did she raise a ton of money? It's also because of what she means for the district. This district is 33% Asian. This district is not, we talk about demographics and Latino vote and all. This is 33% Asian. Young Kim, the opportunity to become the first Korean House member from this area, that's important. Candidates were important here.
Right.
She has a lead right now. Democrats felt good about Gil Cisneros, raised a ton of money and donated a bunch of money from himself, a former lottery winner. But as you're seeing right now, 73% reporting Young Kim opening up a lead. That's as much about the candidate as it is anything else.
And the diversification of the country.
Absolutely.
You know, by gender, by ethnicity, by party. You know, you're just seeing things change right before your eyes. Now, on the governor's side, we want to check in Wisconsin. This has been a close race all night long. Scott Walker made choices where the president is involved, and the president's impact on these races can't be avoided. And if you follow the narrative you've seen recently, when the House started to become in doubt, the president pulled away, said he's focusing on the Senate. Tonight, the Senate's been the certain story for the Republicans. They made a lead there that's going to help them in different ways going forward. But the president's all in on the Senate. He's been putting out tweets about how it's record-setting what they've done. Now, that's a very qualified claim. It's not even worth getting into right now. But remember this, starting tomorrow, there's going to be a big discussion within the Republican Party about whether the president helped or hurt and where. What Phil was just telling us about what happened in Utah, especially in Provo, there, all the immigration talk hurt. In places like Nevada, where you have a big Latino population, about 18% of the vote turnout there, it's going to be a big problem what he was doing for candidates. So it's going to be a big part of the narrative. Now, in this governor's race, it's playing out a little differently, but the Democrats do have good cause for hope here, 99% in.
Oh, I think they have great cause for hope. When you find an extra 25, 30,000 votes in Milwaukee County that comes in late, you saw Tony Evers was only up by about 1,000 votes for a long period of time. Scott Walker was bouncing back and forth as well with the possibility of actually winning. Right now, Tony Evers up by 31,000 votes. So the question, 99% reporting, Chris, Where does Scott Walker find the vote? Where does Scott Walker find the vote? All right, let's go toggle this down a little bit. 90% outstanding right now. Maybe move it up a little bit to see if we can even get a little bit more here. Okay, you see some red counties here. That's got to be good news for Scott Walker, right? Except, start going into these counties. How much vote is there? Okay, 6,000, 7,000 total votes. That's not going to help him much when he needs 30,000. Can he cobble together 30,000 votes plus? No, not in this county. Again, we're talking about smaller counties. The big counties for Scott Walker, for the most part, have already come in. Again, you've got a sizable lead here, 61% to 36%, but when it's the 21st biggest county in the state, and you've got 95% reporting, you're not finding 30,000 votes here as well. You also have 2 Democratic counties outstanding right now. This is one of the bigger counties, at least compared to some of the other ones out there. Tony Evers has a 17-point lead, 16-point lead here, so he's going to have vote coming in as well. What this 30,000 vote margin is, as you scroll around and see, can Scott Walker find a place to win, even though he's winning handily in these counties that are outstanding? The short answer is he's in trouble right now. Is the race over? No, clearly it's not, because we haven't called the race. But 30,000 vote margin, given what's outstanding right now, Scott Walker's got problems. There's no question about it.
What triggers a recount?
What triggers a recount? That's actually a great question.
We're going to have to, so let's check it out. Let's take a break and figure it out, because that's another thing. You look at Georgia, the governor's race there, races across the country. If they're too close to call, sometimes it's going to result in an automatic recount. Sometimes we're going to go to court and they're going to fight for a recount. So we'll take you through that as we get the developments. Right now, let's take a quick break. We're following all the cliffhanger races. The story is far from over. Votes are coming in. We have 4 important Senate contests that we're tracking. Let's take a quick breather. Please stay with CNN.
Our job is to tell this president that we will not tolerate policies which are racist and sexist and homophobic.
We do not lie, we do not engage in hate speech, and we do not rip children from their families at the border.
We demand a better nation. A nation where we treat each other with dignity and with respect.
In the absence of anyone giving a clear voice on the moral issues of our time, then it is up to us to voice them.
Members of the Democratic resistance out on the campaign trail giving speeches there. So the question is, considering what happened with the Senate, what happened with the House tonight, should Democrats move further left, more progressive, or should they move towards the center? Which strategy works for them?
I think you showed Sherrod Brown there, which I think is interesting. Senator from Ohio State. Donald Trump won by 9 points. Sherrod Brown, we basically called that race the second the polls closed. He had a real opponent, a member of Congress named Jim Renacci. He wins overwhelmingly. I continue to, you want a dark horse in 2020? You want somebody whose campaign people should look at and say, huh, that's populism. That's in the Midwest.
You say Sherrod Brown?
Yeah, I think so. He doesn't.
He said that himself. He said
in his speech. He said we need to look to the Midwest, and the lessons of 2018 will be learned in 2020. He's an interesting character, very popular with labor. He doesn't get a lot of run nationally.
Yeah.
But what did tonight tell us, right, about what Democrats want in 2020? That is the big question going forward. And what we saw was an outpouring of young voters, minority voters, Latino voters, who among the 2020 candidates can unify that coalition, bring together those millennials that did not turn out for Hillary Clinton, and minority voters. There are people like Kamala Harris who are going to make that case, maybe Beto, potentially, who could run after tonight, certainly.
I do think it's interesting to note, though, we're going to look at a Democratic field that is going to be larger than what we saw in 2016 when we saw 17 Republicans run for the Republican nomination.
Largest field ever.
Okay, so we're going to see this larger field. We are going to see campaigning entirely different than what has been done in the past. And they are going to look at Beto O'Rourke, for example, and say it was not consultant-driven. They're going to look at Bernie Sanders back in 2015, 2016, slightly consultant-driven, but largely driven by himself. And that is what's going to change immensely in how this campaign is going to play out.
But Don, when we're looking at all of this, you're asking, what should Democrats do? I think people need to go back to the basics. Look at what the base wants. People who are now being elected are people who felt left out, felt like they were on the fringe.
Right.
You've got women, you've got teachers, you've got minorities. They're coming, and I'm not even going to say that they are the resistance. There are people who felt like our voices aren't heard. When it came to issues of health care, when it came to issues of just being a pre-existing condition, just by being a woman herself, you know, having a C-section, that's a pre-existing condition. I mean, so many of us on this panel probably are a walking pre-existing condition. I mean, there's so many issues that are out there that people wanted tackled instead of all of this hodgepodge of hate, this cauldron of racism, and anything that all the ifs that are out there.
I don't see that changing real soon. Let's ask a woman from the Midwest because about this. You take offense that Democrats have lost the Midwest, or they don't care about
I take
people in the
offense to the
Midwest.
conversation about that Democrats just have forgotten the Midwest and they can't win Midwest voters as a black woman from Nebraska. We are poised, Democrats are poised to elect a Democratic governor of Wisconsin, a lieutenant governor of Wisconsin. There's a millennial, a 31-year-old black man who's a former state rep. Democrats have won the governorship in Michigan. I think what we're seeing, the question is, like, do we move to the center? Do we move to the left? I don't think that's the question. The question is, what are the issues that bubbled up to the top? And the issues that bubbled up to the top are education, our health care, are an economy that works for all, are things that Democrats have been talking about, but we hadn't until this election really figured out how to poise and capitalize on it and run on it. That is where the base is now, and I think that's where they'll be in 2020.
Is it all about the candidate, though? Because Beto was a different candidate than Stacy Abrams, which was a different candidate than
Yes,
Dillon.
he's an incredible candidate. I mean, I would be interested to hear sort of from number crunchers. People, it seems like most, if not all, the pickups were by moderate Democrats. Is that? I mean, do you think that's a fair thing to say? That you didn't see a lot of progressives flipping. They were winning in blue districts, but it seems like in terms of turning red to blue, that these were mostly moderate Democrats.
I don't think that's true because out of the 90 candidates who were on the red to blue program for the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, 72% of them, the Progressive Campaign Committee deemed them progressive. So they were running on things like Medicare for all. They were running on things like so I think when we talk about progressive, I think there's levels to progressive. Everybody running on abolish ICE. So what is progressive? I think is the question.
Although to that point, in 2020, you already have Kirsten Gillibrand, you already have Cory Booker, you already have Elizabeth Warren, you have Bernie Sanders. I mean, you saw in the run-up to this election, you saw those candidates who we expect to run doing everything they can to not let anyone get left of them. I think that, I'm not sure what the lesson here is, but I will tell you, and Maeve mentioned this, if you are Kirsten Gillibrand, Amy Klobuchar, Elizabeth Warren, Kamala Harris, and you look at the fact that women voted by 19 or 20 points for Democratic candidates and propelled Democrats into the majority in the House.
Right.
If I'm Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders, and I know I just mentioned Sherrod Brown, but
women's issues
I just think what the lesson we learned in this election, Democratic primaries and in the House Democratic general election, women are powering the Democratic Party.
We've
right?
been
Republicans, are you concerned about, if you look at this, if you look at, where is it? By race, I think it was, remember that thing that you gave me? By race, the number of women who voted for Democrats.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you just nominate a woman in 2016?
Yeah, that's true.
All right now.
That's a very specific woman.
You're looking back.
But you had a president that objectified women, and that's when we go back to women's issues. You have had people at the table to deal with issues without women at the table that deal with us. So yes, it is once again the year of the woman. We have now moved forward, but yet we're coming back.
Mark, listen, your point is well taken,
Mark.
Marsha Blackburn's victory. You're going to celebrate Young Kim's victory as all part of the year of the woman.
Yes,
They're
including. I think that's including that as well.
Why are you looking at me like
on both sides.
But hold on, listen.
make better
If you're looking at now, when it comes to the Congress, so 47% of men, right? 48% of men voted for Democrats, and then 59% of men voted for women voted for Democrats. You're not concerned about that because that's now. Hillary Clinton is 2016. That's in the rearview mirror. You've got the President Donald Trump, and you have all these women who are coming into the Congress now, which could be record numbers. You're not concerned about that?
We Republicans have a problem with college-educated women, particularly in suburbs. That's a fact. We just have to deal with it. And I think some of the president's rhetoric obviously is not helping us. I mean, I'm looking at where Republicans lost tonight in suburban communities, in suburban Minneapolis, in suburban New Jersey, suburban, well, actually in Philadelphia, we held the Fitzpatrick but in these suburban areas, we lost, I think, largely because many women may have defected from the Republican candidate. So that is a very real problem. Same token, I would tell you, I think Democrats have a lot of problems with men.
So how do you fix
men.
that then? How do you fix? Let's do the woman problem first for Republicans. How do you fix that?
Well, I think tone matters a lot to women. And I think that that would probably be the best thing. Look, I've been critical of the president, but I think his rhetoric has been very unhelpful, and not just on women, but this caravan talk and the birthright citizenship. That might have played well in these ruby red states where we Republicans won tonight, but the inverse happened in Nevada. It's not helped Dean Heller. It certainly didn't help Carlos Curbelo, a very fine Cuban American who lost tonight, a superb individual, superb candidate, but couldn't survive. And so it has hurt us in some. Will Hurd should have won by a much bigger margin, a very heavily Hispanic district. He won, but I tell you, that rhetoric was unhelpful. So we do have problems. We as a party have to figure out a way to grow. This is a game of addition, not subtraction, inclusion, not exclusion. And I think when the president doubles down on the base as hard as he's done, we're not growing.
But his base was originally about the forgotten male, the forgotten white male, and whoever was along with the forgotten male was that woman, and maybe she was she wasn't that college graduated woman, but she was that woman who came with that man, the working class man who did not have a college degree. So that's where your problem is. And now the president has regrets. Let's see how he broadens that, to those who are educated, how he broadens that to minorities as well.
If there's anything that tells you that the nation is divided, all you have to do is look at the numbers and look how close it has been for many of these races. Now, many of them that we're still following, right on the other side of this place.
197, 26 pickups. You'll remember the magic number started at 23. How big will the margin be? Big part of the story? We don't know. 24 seats remain opening. We are following them all in real time. U.S. Senate, big story for the Republicans. Seats picked up there, 2 of them, 51-44. 5 seats remain. We're tracking them as well. Now, a lot of headlines, there are going to be a lot of takeaways, there's going to be a lot of spin, but there's like an immutable truth here that we have to discuss, and I'm sitting with the exact right panel to have it. Brava to the women. Boy, did they carry the Democrats tonight. All 17 of the races that we make sure I get it right. 17 races, pickups that we know of for sure, all women, right?
Yep, exactly. So far, 17 of the 26 pickups total, 17 are women. Could end up being more than that because there's still, Phil was talking about outstanding races where there are women on the ballot who could win. It's huge. I mean, it is absolutely huge. We've been talking since the day of and the day after the 2016 election about a record number of women from the congressional level all the way down to the micro local level coming out by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, saying that they want to get involved, saying that they want to run for office. And at least tonight, the snapshot is historic.
Right. And it's a plus minus because on the plus side, what we're talking about right now, and not just Democrats, you had women on the Republican side as well. A lot of the races
Marsha Blackburn,
winning in the Senate.
From Tennessee.
Yeah. 2 women in races. We saw a lot of that tonight. You saw a diversity of politics, of ethnicity. We may see the first Korean American women Republican to win a House race. We're still tracking that. On the negative side, in terms of looking at the Republican picture, voter turnout. 60% of suburban college-educated women went against the GOP. That's going to be a big headline in terms of the progress of that party.
Right, and the big question about that inevitably will be what happens in the next presidential election. A lot of these women who ran as Democrats did so is either because of the Me Too movement or because of the election of Donald Trump. It is a big rebuke of him, and that comes as we are seeing the gender gap continue to grow and grow and grow. So those are the questions that are not only going to shape, what happens now, but what happens going forward. Right now, President Trump is saying this is a success. He's saying, look at what's happening. All we did was lose the House. But that's a big loss. Not only that, but Chris Kobach, potentially Scott Walker, all of these things going on that are not really wins for the president. And I think when he wakes up in a couple hours, he may not even be asleep yet, he's going to see the front page of the Washington Post. He's going to see the front page of the New York Times, which he gets every single morning. And it's going to say, Democrats seize the House. Democrats win big, XYZ. He's not going to like those headlines, and he's going to have a little bit tougher of a time spinning those into a positive message And if Scott Walker loses, what does that say about the states that sent President Trump to the White House? They are going to have all lost their governor races to Democrats. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, those three are really critical to the reason why Donald Trump is in the White House right now.
Yeah.
So what does that mean going forward?
And we saw some records as well in terms of you talking about the governor's races there. You talk about Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer sending her to the governor's mansion there. 16 women ran for governor this time. That was a record. And if you look at the way Democrats have flipped some of these states, women were the ones that flipped them. I mentioned Gretchen Whitmer, Michelle Lujan Grisham in New Mexico, and Laura Kelly in Kansas. A big shocker tonight with Chris Kobach going down to defeat to Laura Kelly. So a story there of women sort of, to the extent that Democrats did well in the House, to the extent they did well in governor's races too, powered by women.
He's going to have two big questions he's going to have to answer about the House. And we all know that him focusing on the Senate, he didn't really care about the House. He expected, that's spin. That's all it is. And he's going to have to deal with it on three fronts. The first front's going to be, they're going to be in charge of the committees right now, and the Democrats are going to have to make a choice. How hard do they want to go after the president? It's not that easy a choice. I know a lot of you Democrats out there saying, we've been waiting for this. Have you really? There's a reason that Nancy Pelosi didn't want to talk about the I word, impeachment. There's a reason that they're worried about more protracted, just straight obstruction. It's a concern. It's not a done deal. So we see which way they go. But there are two other fronts. One, the women vote going against him, 60% of white college women, 43% white no-college women. Those are not good trends and metrics for the Republican Party. And then the third part is going to be the issue. Health care was big for the Democrats.
Right.
The immigration was tops for Republicans. How much of that was because of the president pushing it, is an open question. But it also could have hurt them in House races. That's going to be a recalibration. That's going to be Trump-focused as well. There's going to be a lot of homework after this.
Chris, even before we started to get the results, Republicans I've been talking to for days who were looking at crunching the numbers, sweating big time when it came to the House, were not happy with the closing message from the White House and from Senate candidates on immigration. Because what these Republican sources were telling me is, we are not giving Republicans, these exact voters you're talking about, particularly women in the suburbs, independents, a reason to vote for the Republicans. We're only giving them reasons to dislike the tone and tenor of Washington. You're giving the people who are sort of the people who are hungry for the red meat a reason to vote Republican, but not these key swing voters in these swing districts that race after race tonight have gone to the Democrats.
And you saw Trump try to sort of, in the closing hours of the campaign, bring Ivanka on stage, have Sarah Huckabee Sanders there as well, Kellyanne Conway. But even in that mode, he couldn't help but sort of play the culture warrior when he was saying, I can't really say that my daughter is beautiful, because people can't say, women can't call their girlfriends and wives and daughters, and in this case, beautiful at this point. So how they move forward at this point in trying to close this gender gap, does he really care? He gave this sort of half-hearted effort near the end. He talked about maybe he should change his tone a little bit, but my goodness, we'll die up here.
And then he said, he says, I have to change my tone, right? And that automatically read as a little bit of opportunism for anybody who's been following him for any amount of time. And then he says, I really do want to unify. Eventually. Eventually I want to unify.
Let's be optimists. I mean, it's 3 in the morning Eastern. Let's be optimists. He did call Nancy Pelosi.
He did.
They talked about things that they can do together. Nancy Pelosi certainly has so much more power. Her party has so much power to investigate, to do the checks and balances. But she also has been very aggressive about talking about common ground, about infrastructure, about prescription drug prices, things where they can work together. So it's very easy and obvious, based on recent history, like, 5 minutes ago, to fall to the fact that there's going to be division, but maybe there can be hope.
But that can also be a big fear for Republicans, because as we saw with that call to Nancy Pelosi, Sarah Huckabee Sanders came out, spoke with reporters, said he had essentially implied he had no intention of calling Nancy Pelosi. She said, why does he need to call her? Because some members of her own party don't even want her as the speaker. And then he called her. That is a sign of what President Trump could do going forward with these conservatives who have tied and these Republicans who have reshaped their party to fit President Trump. Will he break with them? Will he abandon them now that they've modeled themselves after him to agree with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Democrats on something? I still think that's a really big possibility. But also, will the president regret not trying to expand his support over the last few weeks? Because over the last 2 weeks during this blitz, we saw him go to states he won comfortably in 2016. He didn't try to go anywhere else. And when his arguments were all about immigration, not about the economy, not trying to reach out to those suburban women that he's going to likely need in the next election, those are the big questions that we're going to walk away
And how does Nancy Pelosi deal with this influx of progressives, many of whom don't even want to see her as speaker and probably don't necessarily want to give Donald Trump any wins going into 2020? It's going to be a real calculus for her going forward, how she works with this president, how she keeps that restless base of progressives who can't stand this president. How does she balance both those factions?
Well, but also, look, you're right about optimism. That's why we wanted to see big turnout. We wanted people to take the power back in this process because, you know, we know a couple of things axiomatically about politics, is that politicians fear consequence and act out of that more than they do out of conscience.
Absolutely.
And if they don't have to fear the many, all of you, they will then cater to the few and to money and special interests. So one feeds the other. However, what we see tonight is also we are a divergent society. All right, the reality is, if you look at what happened in the Senate, if you look at the raw votes that are going to come out tomorrow morning and the next couple of days, when you look at how the Republicans dominated rural areas with non-college educated people, and look, I know a lot of you find that to be an insulting description. So do I. But that's the way they do the demographics, okay? And if you look at those parts of the country, we're going to see 55, 59, 60% of the vote going to Republicans. That's one direction of policy and of talk and rhetoric. Then you're going to see what happened on the House side and where the Democrats won. And you're going to see it's suburban, it's educated, it's young, it's more ethnic. You're going to see that these different groups of parties are clinging and moving away. And that's where we are right now. So we have an update for you. Dana, you hearing what's going on right now?
Yes. So we're looking at the votes coming in from Florida, the Senate race. And the big question has been, why haven't we called it? Look at the margin. Look how tight that is. 50.2% to 49.8%. What I'm told that this could be, and this has been an open question, is recount territory. Automatic recount in Florida, according to Florida law, it is automatic recount if it is under 0.5%.
Right.
And that's where it is right now. So it is not over. We're still waiting for votes to come in, but that is where this incredibly tight race is. I know probably people are getting hives at home when I say Florida and recount, but that could be where we are right now.
All right, so look, you see a little number on the bottom, 99%. You know what that means. Over the wall we go. Brother Mattingly. So 99% is in. We're looking for one more %. What do you see in terms of the different boxes of counties there, where that vote could be?
Yeah, it's not necessarily what you see right now. It's the fact that there's absentee ballots that could come in. And in past races, as many as 0.5, 0.6% of the total has shifted based on those absentee ballots. And so you want to explain, Dana kind of hits the key point here. We've been hearing it. Why haven't you called Florida? Why haven't you called Florida? Our decision desk is very cautious and careful for a reason right now, and that's because there is outstanding vote. There's outstanding vote that could put you into recount territory, and as Dana just laid out, right now, 0.4% separates them. That triggers an automatic recount. Add that with the absentee vote, and the reality is, so long as there's an outstanding vote and a possibility of a recount, which they're in the territory of right now, nobody's going to call a race right now, even though people very much want them to in some cases.
Right. Now, I don't know if you know, and in the control room you tell us if neither of us knows, in terms of when the absentee ballots had to be mailed in, right? That becomes part of the calculus, because how do they know they have absentee ballots? Well, you know how many were requested. How do you know? Well, they have different filing mechanisms and request mechanisms, but they had to be postmarked by today. Right. So that means they may not have them.
And it's in the past has taken days, as much as a week in some cases as well.
You will not know tonight, you may not know tomorrow.
Right now, I think that's the calculation. So long as it's within recount trigger territory, our people are going to be very careful, and for a good reason. We have seen things change before in the past, and I think that caution is merited given everything that we've seen coming up to this point right now. If you take a look right now, just zoning in right now, keep going to the Gold Coast where Democrats tend to bring in a lot of vote, 100% in right now.
What about the Panhandle and the places that were really hit by the storm territory in terms of what that does for turnout and delayed turnout? Do we know anything?
Well, I mean, the Panhandle was keep messing around. I'm trying to see if there's any outstanding vote that you can kind of tie into at this point.
I'd love to see you work the wall.
Doesn't
Can't
seem
do
to
it,
be
but I'd
any
love to
right
watch
now.
it.
Look, Panhandle was going to come in like we expected it to come in, right? It was going to be red. It was just a matter of to what extent was it going to be red. Rick Scott running up an 18-point margin in Escambia. That's a good sign for Rick Scott. I think the bigger question for Rick Scott, look, we always talk about the Panhandle, but Southwest is extraordinarily important for Republicans. If you want to know why Donald Trump won in 2016, everybody talks about the Panhandle, and you could hear it that night. Republicans were stunned with the numbers that they were seeing turnout-wise. But it was in the Southwest, particularly in places like Collier County, which really kind of changed the game for everything. And you look at what Rick Scott's doing in Collier County and opening up a 31-point margin, that's going to make a pretty huge difference in the race. I do think, though, just to pull it back a little bit, particularly because we don't get a good sense right now of if there's any outstanding vote as it currently stands. Again, the rationale for doing this, the caution is merited. In past races, one, right now it's 0.4% right now, the differential. That, if it sticks, ends up triggering an automatic recount. However, what we have right now is with the absentee ballots, as you noted, that had to be postmarked today, could take a couple of days to come in. It could fall out of that 0.5% range and Rick Scott be declared the winner, but it also could tighten up as well. And that caution is merited given that both the history and the numbers right now.
All right, so we'll be keeping an eye on this. This is not something where we're going to figure it out in the next hour or so, because you're hearing why. There could be ballots they haven't even gotten yet. They'd be postmarked today. We'll be following this. Similarly, up in Georgia, in that governor's contest, you're seeing different dynamics that may not play out today, tomorrow, maybe even for a week. It may turn into litigation. So let's take a break. There's still outstanding races on the Senate side and the House. We are figuring out in America right now who we are, and that's going to tell us where we will go with this new change of power. Stay with CNN. All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of election night. We have something to project. Let's get to Nia Malika Henderson. We've got a governor's race. What do we know?
That's right, Chris. In Nevada, CNN can project that Steve Sisolak is the winner in this governor's race, defeating Adam Laxalt. This is a pickup for Democrats. I think now we're at 5 pickups for Democrats, so a winner there. Steve Sisolak, CNN can project that he has defeated Adam Laxalt in Nevada, that swing state. Good news for Democrats who've had a sort of a mixed bag with governor's races so far.
Well, I cannot tell you how happy I am because this gives me an opportunity to play with this tablet in front of me, which they've been telling me not to touch all night, but now I can. All right, let's look at where the state of play was with governors at the beginning of the night. All right, 33-16. And why does this matter? The simple reason is congressional districts. States decide how districts are drawn, and as we all know, that can be funny business. So this matters. Now, here's where we are, all right? The gold ones are still outstanding. You see Wisconsin there, Nevada, we just turned blue because of the projection that Nia just gave us. So now we're 2024, right? 5 pickups, 6 races to go. There's only one true independent out there, right, which was Alaska. That's outstanding. He dropped out. So now if Wisconsin, which is Walker, and as Phil was saying earlier, maybe it's just a matter of electoral fatigue up there, you know, not that he's done anything wrong necessarily, but the electorate, the voters there are ready for someone else. If that goes in favor of the Democrats, then you're going to be 21-24. It's going to be a very different board in a state of play. All right, so that's on the governor's side. We're going to keep watching these other races. Some may come in, some may not. Some of them have a little bit of funny electoral policies, but it's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. Are there some missed opportunities going to be discussed tomorrow for Democrats?
Plenty of heartburn for Democrats.
100%. 100%. But 33-16 was a real hole, and it was reflective of poor planning by Democrats. The Republicans had been eating their lunch for like the last decade, putting money into state legislative seats. Literally like 1,000 they won during the Obama years. And people wrote that off like, so what? They do the districts. That changes the face of Congress. It makes races less competitive or more, more to the advantage of the party that draws the district. So this will create some parity.
And Ron DeSantis is going to be a big win for President Trump when all is said and done looking at this, because in 2020, he's going to have a good friend down in Florida as he's going into that presidential race. And that is someone he handpicked against the advice of his Republican friends who said, do not go here. That had a lot of heartburn and grief from people going into this day thinking he made a big mistake. Not only that, but in Kansas with that really embarrassing loss with Chris Kobach, that is something that people in the White House just groaned about essentially when President Trump endorsed him. They said he shouldn't do that. Brian Kemp was someone else they were worried about, but that could work out for President Trump in the end. But DeSantis is going to be a big win for President Trump because that is someone he handpicked. DeSantis styled himself after President Trump, and now he's got a pretty good friend down in Florida for all of this.
And DeSantis owes him, not just for handpicking him, but for helping pull him across the finish line. Campaigning hard, getting his people down, he, meaning the president,
Going
getting
after
his people down to Florida to really help him. And as we know from 18 years ago, if it's really tight in a presidential, it certainly helps to have somebody, maybe not a brother, but somebody very close.
I mean,
in the
DeSantis at this point is almost like a brother to Trump.
He's certainly closer to Trump than his own brother. That's for sure. I mean, he's got the commercial with him, with his kids reading.
Right. Yeah.
So it can't be anything. You can't ask for better than that. Caitlin's making a strong point. All right, so those are the governors. Let's now take a look at the state of play here with the House and the Senate. You'll see on the wall there, you got 218 to 198, 19 seats remaining, 26 pickups already. The huge story for the night for the Democrats, women. Women have owned almost all of the pickups that they've had that have mattered so far, and we've seen them across the ideological spectrum. We've seen it. It's going to create opportunities and challenges for Democrats. That's the story of the night for them. They've got a lot of seats that they picked up tonight. There are 19 remaining. We'll be tracking them throughout. What will this mean? It's up to the Democrats. What leadership do they choose? Who do they put in charge of the different committees? What direction do they take based on who won? 8 Democrats are leading in Republican districts. What does that tell you? Well, simple math. 218 plus 8, 226. The Democrats could be looking at. What does that mean? Well, operatively, not that much, right? Once you have a majority, you have one. However, the bigger the majority you have, the more votes you can shed on any particular issue and still wind up getting what you want by your agenda. You'll see there one Republican leading in Democratic districts. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go over to the wall with Phil Mattingly, figure out what it looks like on the map. So all those numbers on the map look like what? And tell us what.
Yeah, so you hit the top line. Right now, 36 Democrats are leading in GOP districts, have already been called. That would give them a number of 227. So let's go find them, see what the story tells. And I'm actually most interested right now. Go to the uncalled pickups. You see right now 8 Democrats are leading in races where they could flip districts. But what I'm most interested about is the state of California. Take a look at California right now. You see 2 blue districts that are lit up right now. Going into this night, there were considered 4, maybe 5, maybe even 6 Democratic pickups in this state. Right now, only leading in 2 districts. Now, the vote's still coming in, but I think it's interesting when you start to track it down. Now, we've been talking about Orange County and these types of races here. Mike Levin was considered a bankable seat. This was Darrell Iss's district. He retired, 49th district. This is considered what Democrats expected to be one that was in the bag. Right now, Mike Levin up by 5,000 votes. Looks like it's headed in that direction. Let's check in again on Dana Rohrabacher. 90% reporting. Dana Rohrabacher about 2,000 votes down to Harley Ruda. He looks like he could be in trouble there, but there's still some vote to come in. What I'm actually more interested in are the races that haven't come in yet. And that's when you move over. Mimi Walters, 80% reporting. This was a Republican the Democrats thought was very much on the brink of getting bounced. This was one where Republicans thought they were in big trouble in this district. Katie Porter raised a ton of money, the Democratic challenger. Take a look right now. Mimi Walters up by 7,000 votes. And I think the point I'm trying to make here, we already talked about the 39th district. There was a Republican star in this district. What we're seeing right now is that she's actually coming to fruition at that point. But I want to move up to a couple of other races, too, because these were places where Democrats were extraordinarily high on their candidates. Look at this one. Steve Knight, the incumbent Republican. This is Los Angeles County, Katie Hill from the area. Right now, Steve Knight is 68 votes ahead. The broader point I'm making here is Democrats thought they had pickup opportunities in top-tier candidates, star-like candidates who could come in and make an immediate impact. That might still happen tonight.
What kind of district is the 25th?
It's northern L.A. County, and Steve Knight was a former L.A. police officer, represents the district, is well known in the district. But I think the interesting part is Steve Knight is also a conservative, and this is a district that...
Is it a conservative district?
The demographics...
Suburban?
The demographics have started to change. It's suburban to some degree, not entirely, but the demographics have started to shift heavily. And I think you point this one out, but I also want to move up here, because this makes a similar point that I think you're trying to make right now. Jeff Denham, this district is 40% Latino. This district is a district that Democrats have been eyeing for a long time. Hillary Clinton won this district pretty handily. Jeff Denham has obviously worked to be a moderate on immigration, tried to figure out a solution on DACA, tried to be the kind of deal maker on that. Josh Harder raised $7 million. He raised a ton of money in this race. Democrats thought this was a pickup they could have, still could get it. Right now, 758 votes ahead. Jeff Denham is with 86% reporting. A lot of time there, but I think what I'm most interested about, we knew these races would be close, but Democrats thought they had real opportunities in these races. And I think there still are real opportunities in these races. But the fact of the matter is these Republican incumbents are still holding on right now. And so you talk about what's the margin going to be when Nancy Pelosi or whoever is the speaker takes over and takes the gavel. These are races that could bounce that up a little bit. And as of now, only 2 of the 4, 5, or 6 that they thought they might have an opportunity to pick up have come to fruition. Now, if you're a Democrat, you're saying, we won the House.
Right.
Cool it a little bit. But I think the bigger point is you look at the money that went into these races, and you look at the intensity of obviously California in general, the resistance in general, of the statewide races in general, and more importantly, I think you looked at the candidates. These were candidates that Democrats were very high on. They wanted all of them to come to Congress if they could. And right now, I think it's still very much up in the air how that's going to end up.
Arizona Senate, we've been watching that. It's been very tight. 2 women going head-to-head there. Either way, you're going to have a really good storyline coming out of it. You're going to have a first. So what do you see here? How many votes are left?
71% reporting right now. Martha McSally, 22,000 votes ahead. We haven't seen this move much recently, and I think that's a concern here in terms of how late you want to get into the night. Where's the outstanding vote right now? Well, let's go to Maricopa County. 87% reporting. That has mostly been static over the course of the last couple hours. I think there's some talk that you're not going to get the full Maricopa results for another day or 2 going into this. What I'm kind of struck by at this moment is Kyrsten Sinema is winning Maricopa County. This is a county that Democrats have closed the gap on. Hillary Clinton lost this county by 2, 3, maybe a little bit 4 points. But Kyrsten Sinema winning this county, that's a huge deal for Democrats. And John laid it out earlier. You have the Phoenix area, you have Phoenix suburbs, that's Democrat country, but you move down a little bit, and this is clear Republican country. Republicans traditionally hold Maricopa. Kyrsten Sinema is winning Maricopa County, and yet Kyrsten Sinema is losing overall. And I think that's got to be a little bit of a concern. But I think the interesting element is when you talk about where is the vote still outstanding at this point in time, Pima's come all the way in. Maricopa's still at 87%. Everything else in this area, for the most part,
is taxed.
Is tapped out, and for the most part, it's also.
All right, so there's still a lot on the board that we have to watch, and that's why I got you here.
Look, the bottom line with both Arizona and Montana, it's going to take a while.
We got some time.
We got some time.
All right, well, good. Then let's take a break. Get yourself a beverage. When we come back, we're going to check in with all the races. We have outstanding races that haven't been projected, many too close on the Senate side and the House. So please, stay with CNN.
And we're back now. Let's talk about these 2 gentlemen, one in New York, one in California, both of them facing federal indictment right now. I'm talking about Chris Collins and Duncan Hunter, and I'm going to bring it now to the panel here. They're both facing federal indictments, but they both won. Okay. Both in what? But they both endorsed.
Wait, how do you explain this?
Yeah, Maeve is like jumping out of her chair over there.
I mean, for Duncan Hunter, this is a district that Donald Trump won by 15 points. Okay, so the margin that we're seeing is actually closer than a lot of people were expecting, even though it is a 60-count indictment. He and his wife were accused of misusing $250,000 on the campaign credit card. There are charges of wire fraud, conspiracy. His next court date is, I believe, December 3rd. But when I went out in this district and talked to voters, as much as they could not stand Duncan Hunter's behavior and the fact that he blamed his wife for a lot of this.
And that was
He blamed his wife, he blamed his opponent, he also blamed the Justice Department, everyone but himself.
Listen, everybody was culpable in it,
no,
okay?
But they said, a lot of the Republican voters that I spoke to said, I am still going to cast a ballot for him because I consider it to be a ballot cast for Donald Trump.
All right, so you open the door for that. So what does it say? Is this...
Okay, and by
people
the way,
were just sort of transposing Donald Trump onto him?
Hunter has said that he is innocent and will fight the charges all the way to the end, just for the record.
You know, it's worth noting, it's just very simply, and I'll make this very short. It's worth noting that we talk about how great democracy is, and it is great, and this is the greatest nation on earth, and our government is the greatest government, but it has flaws. And this is an example of a flaw. We've seen Duncan Hunter reelected. 60 counts against him right now. You have Chris Collins, who wanted to leave because he was indicted, and yet he couldn't, and now he's been reelected.
Collins is the first House member to endorse Trump in 2016.
Yeah.
He's been charged with securities fraud, wire fraud, false statements stemming from alleged insider trading.
It's tribalism.
We have seen indicted members of Congress elected before. Michael Grimm, might I remind you,
I believe William
New York
Jefferson.
zone.
I believe William Jefferson was indicted.
And you would know. You were chair of the House
as Ethics Committee,
right?
yeah. And so we've
William
seen this
Jefferson
before.
had cold hard cash.
And even
Hiding in the freezer.
yeah.
And we can't
frozen
forget
assets,
Menendez
cold cash.
tonight
Okay.
either.
And then there was
Menendez was not convicted.
Wasn't convicted, but he was
indicted.
still
All right, let's start.
Indicted, and I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, I think Chaka Fattah was under indictment and he won an election, as I recall.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying it's happened before, and it's happening again. It's happening tonight.
I mean, look, this is tribalism. Like, Maeve is right. Like, these districts, Collins District, Hunter's District, they were elected, they were drawn to elect Republicans. And you know, people always say to me, more people lose because the districts are drawn that even, I used to say, well, unless you get indicted, you're going to win in this district. But the truth of the matter is, in some of these districts, even if, as this shows, if you do get indicted, you're probably okay.
But which is why the gubernatorial,
Matters so
which is
much.
why
Totally.
the governor's races matter so
Totally.
much. The DGA, they defended all of the incumbents, and Democrats picked up a lot of governor seats. That will matter when it's time to draw the maps, when it's time for the 2020. Like, there are real live implications for what happened today beyond the House. And the Senate.
Who's drawing the map in California?
Ohio and Florida.
Who's drawing the map in California?
In that regard,
It's the Democrat Party that controls California and drew those maps. Let's just be clear.
Well, in Pennsylvania, too. I mean, look, gerrymandering is not unique to one side or the other, but I will say, Florida and Ohio were two huge...
Hold on. It's not unique to one side or the other. But if you look at all the, let's just be honest, you look at all the studies on it, shows that it's worse on the Republicans.
No, come on.
Those are the facts.
It is. Democrats have to win a lot more seats or a lot more people.
Maryland is.
Everybody, we all pause for a second. Democrats controlled the House of Representatives. Was it for 54 years? Are you trying to tell me that Democrats didn't have everything gerrymandered?
Well,
No one's saying that Democrats have never engaged in gerrymandering. But I think what folks are saying is that currently, under what we see right now today, that it is Republicans that have benefited and have surgically cut these lines to benefit Republicans.
Who has a major projection for governor right now.
Easier to gerrymander now.
And I'm heavy.
It's easy.
That's the dad bod.
Thanks, Don. We do have a major projection here. CNN projects that the winner in that hard-fought Wisconsin race is the Democrat, Tony Evers, defeating Scott Walker, who has been a top target for Democrats for a number of years. He finally is losing in this race. He was going for his third term. Tony Evers on top here in this race in the Midwest, a state that, of course, Donald Trump won by a hair. So this is a pickup. I'm going to pass it off to you, Cuomo.
All right, so let's talk about that race real quick and why it happened. Because Scott Walker didn't have any huge blemish. There was no scandal. We don't even really see a Trump factor there one way or the other. So what do we explain it as? Simple fatigue? Because Evers, he didn't come in there with some kind of big hoopla attached or kind of, big stardust on.
You're right. And in some ways, people sort of describe this race as bland versus bland. Both candidates bland, essentially. And you
That's
saw
the word.
In this race, you saw in this race really a debate about health care and about education and some of the cuts that Scott Walker made in that state, some of the promises he made around Medicaid, and you had this candidate in Tony Evers, somebody who was really able to rally a lot of those Democrats there who had fought the defeat of Scott Walker for years. Remember, he was recalled in 2012, or there was an attempt to recall him in 2012. He beat that back, and in most of his races, he would get about 53% of the vote or something. And so, they really saw a target here. He was going for his third term. So I think it was a sort of combination of both fatigue and just a candidate who was just right for this state that doesn't necessarily like a lot of flashy folks. And so here's this guy who is a kind of folksy grandpa figure in that state.
And the other interesting question is, now that you have a Democrat winning as governor in Wisconsin, the Democratic senator winning re-election, and Wisconsin was one of those huge surprise OMG moments for the Democrats when Donald Trump won there in 2016. So one question is whether the Democrats are coming back there.
So wait, so
in
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Trump won all of those big shockers, and now they all have Democrat governors.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. And right, exactly. So
All right.
that's question.
And this is the
that
Midwest.
blue wall is being built back up a little bit.
All right, so let's take a look at the map here, all right? And if we look at what's still outstanding, if we cross off Wisconsin, we now have 5 races that we're looking at. And here's what we see. 4 out of the 5 are breaking Republican right now, all right? So you have in Maine, we believe that that's happening there, right? So if they get that race, I'm sorry. Maine is a Democrat. Let's get it straight, all right? So if in Maine it goes the way it's looking right now, which is that you have a Democrat leading, all right, if that stays like that, that's one. In Alaska, you have a Republican leading, right? So they would then get one. Connecticut, that is a little bit of a surprise race, but right now a Republican doing well there. That state has its own unique set of issues that they're dealing with. They've been very progressive when it came to gun control and dealing with crime. They have a big property value and property tax issue there they're dealing with, and that's something that the Republicans have been playing too well. Now, Georgia, I got to touch it red here right now, because even though Stacy Abrams is saying they're outstanding issues, we didn't see, going by the model of you only know what you show in terms of the votes left on the map, I don't know how she gets him to 50% and triggers an automatic recount. She says they're absentee ballots. She says they're provisional ballots. Maybe that could turn into litigation. We don't know if they get to a recount there. So putatively, I'm just putting it Republican right now. Then New Hampshire. And New Hampshire also right now going Republican. They're in the lead.
That'll be a hold, yeah.
So what do we see in the picture? 28-22, Republican advantage. Some heartbreak for Democrats in some of those races. But look at what it was. 33-16.
Yeah.
So an unqualified good night for Democrats there.
I think that's right. And they went into this race feeling like if they got 6 pickups, that would be a good night. There were all sorts of predictions about what the night would be. 3 would be sort of the bare minimum they would get. Some predictions up to 10 or 12, and they landed at 6. And so they feel pretty good. Listen, heartbreak over Florida, of course. Heartbreak over Ohio. They went into those contests thinking that they could win. Democrats did, and we obviously called those the other way. Big, important states for 2020 and beyond. But listen, yeah, they got wiped out. Democratic governors did during the Obama years, so this is a bit of a comeback story for Democrats tonight in the governor's
And the view inside the White House was really they couldn't help it because because of that number was so large. They thought that they, of course, were going to lose seats. There wasn't, or lose some governorships. There wasn't really anything else they could do. But they also, there was a sense that they didn't focus enough on the governor's races, because that is so crucial for going forward, and it has, arguably longer lasting implications than some of these House and Senate races that we've been talking about. So they could walk away from this and say, we're going to be okay, but it is going to be really painful for them with these losses in Michigan, Kansas, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Who knows what's going to happen with Georgia? They were expecting Florida not to go their way. They really thought, the White House was really concerned about that this morning. That Kansas and, of course, Georgia were their big concerns. But Michigan and Pennsylvania, those are going to be really painful for them to deal with going forward.
All right, so Georgia, we have a little bit of an update. So what's going on there? Stacey Abrams has not conceded. Okay, she gave a speech. She was rallying her troops and saying this is not over yet. We believe there are more votes. There are absentee votes. There are provisional votes. So Brian Kemp, the Secretary of State there, I'll talk to you about him in a second. He's moved down a couple of tenths of a point, but he is not at the range of 50% where it would have to be to trigger an automatic recount. So for this to be continued, there's going to have to be something that happens with absentee ballots. And what do we know about those? They had to be postmarked by today. That means that they may not be there yet. They haven't been delivered, so they can't be counted. If they get to 50%, the state law there is that you would have an automatic runoff in that situation. But we're not there. So that's that. We're going to have to keep watching in a little bit. Brian Kemp, he's an issue wide. He's the Secretary of State. That means he oversees the election. He's also running for governor, so he is running his own election. And it creates an appearance of conflict, obviously. On top of that, there have been layers of controversy. There's been talk about voter suppression. There's been talk about, from Brian Kemp, that there was an attempted hacking by the Democrats. There wound up being no meat on the bones of that allegation. So there's been some drama, and it's continuing, and so will our coverage. We're seeing the picture start to change with governors. Many of you online are saying, is that our way of guessing who will run for president? No, it's our way of knowing who gets to draw up the congressional districts in those states. And boy, does that have implications for who wins in Congress, as we now know all too well. So we're going to be following these races that still remain in the Senate and in the House. What will the state of play be when we all wake up tomorrow morning? We don't know, so stay with us.
elected to the House, 65 female incumbents. That's really big, Maeve.
It is really big, and there's a great stat from Rutgers, too, which has been following this as well, that so far 38 women of color have been elected to House seats. Previously, the highest number of women of color serving simultaneously in the House was 34. So a diverse crop of women. And I think that an important point of this is, you know, in the year of Me Too, is how much of this was driven by women. So many of these female candidates were inspired to run by the Me Too movement, by some of Donald Trump's rhetoric during the campaign, and a lot of them won tonight, and it's really going to change the conversation in Washington and potentially the 2020 conversation in a big way.
Is this another way that Trump was on the ballot tonight?
Yes, President Trump was definitely on the ballot, and particularly when you were talking about women of color and women of color who are now in position in office, and also those who voted for women of color or just women or just voted for blue this time. I talked to the NAACP, and they said, you know, particularly black women were excited to go to the polls. They had a surge in excitement for women. And when you think black women, and particularly when you think about black women, they are rising in numbers, head of household, and the breadwinner in this nation. So a lot depends on them. And when you have issues that affect their pocketbook, affect their health, affect their home, they are going to go out and say, look, we are here. And this kind of goes to the stats that were just delivered.
11 women win Senate seats, 2 newly elected women joining 9 female incumbents. I just want to get to you, Mark, because it's women across the political spectrum. It's not just mostly Democratic women, but
yeah, I think that's right. I think that Marsha Blackburn is, I believe, the first female senator from Tennessee. I think Martha McSally is well positioned right now. I think also Young Kim is obviously a rising Korean new member for House Republicans. We did lose Mia Love in tonight's race, so a Haitian American who is a Republican from Utah. But sure, it is exciting to see the diversity coming to Congress. Congress needs it.
And a night of first.
Yeah, well,
Not just
also
women,
just
right?
on the women front, I think what's interesting about the Trump effect is that, yes, a lot of women reacted to Trump winning the presidency and wanted to run. But another thing that's interesting about it is this time around, more women stepped up who weren't recruited. Typically, women have to be recruited. They just, you know, men wake up in the morning and are like, hey, maybe I should be president. Women, they don't do that. You know, they have to be recruited. And what we saw this time around was a lot of women just stepping up and saying, I don't care if I don't have any experience. I'm just going to run. And why is that? Because they saw Donald Trump do that.
And when we talk about this being a day of firsts and historic day, it's also a day of seconds. Let's not forget that Nancy Pelosi is going to be the Speaker of the House, and she made history back in 2006. It was right, you know, 2007 when she was formally sworn in. But she's going to lead a very divided Democratic caucus, and you may not like Nancy Pelosi, and our polling shows that a lot of people don't like Nancy Pelosi. But this is what you can say about Nancy Pelosi: she kept that Democratic caucus together when 50 of them wanted to impeach Donald Trump, and if they were successful in doing that, Democrats would not be winning the House.
I remember, to Mark's point, I remember after 2010, I wrote a piece saying, Nancy Pelosi, now that they're in the minority, she'll probably step away. And in 2014, I wrote another piece that said, Nancy Pelosi, after Republicans lose, after Democrats lose more seats, she probably step away. And now I always say, when people say to me, what do you think about Speaker? I say, look, I'm done betting against her. I mean, it's a remarkable story. It is not the historic moment of the first female Speaker that she was, but you want to talk about perseverance and persistence. This has been
a hell of a comeback.
8 years in the wilderness, and look, you can ask the congressman. The worst thing in the world is being the minority party in the House, because you can't do anything.
But
you don't get anything done. In the Senate, you can do some stuff if you're in the minority party. In the House, she spent 8 years grinding away, proving people like me who said, it's probably going to, new generation of leadership, the new people in here. And she raised a massive amount of money.
Perhaps.
And I believe she will be Speaker, because I think you don't beat something with nothing. I don't think they have
that old saying that says at the end of the world it's going to be whoever share, and that saying.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should add Nancy Pelosi to that, right?
I mean,
Perhaps,
she's a survivor.
but let's just remember also that she was a huge drag on some of these Democrats who are looking good tonight. I mean, Ben McAdams is a perfect example of that. He did not want to get anywhere near the question about whether he would support Pelosi as Speaker out on the campaign trail, and he's in position tonight to defeat Mia Love, who we talked about. But I think that, this is such an important moment for these younger Democratic members who ran on saying that it's time for fresh blood in the Democratic Party, new leadership. Someone like Jason Crow in Colorado 6 also saying, that it's time for someone else to lead the party, a different face, and that's going to be a really fascinating discussion.
You got to have a face, though. You got to have somebody.
Yeah.
I just don't see who it is. Joe Kennedy the third.
I just want to give I know this is not the opinion that everybody has, but I think people should be careful what they wish for. I mean, Nancy Pelosi has done an incredible job. I mean, she's one of maybe the most powerful Speaker of the House in history. I mean, she has held together a very fractious caucus, and the Republicans have gone after her, I think, because they know how effective she is. And that they've caricatured her. She's actually nothing like what they've said. She actually, allows a lot of diversity within the caucus, encourages it, and keeps people kind of in line from going, off on these tangents.
But, okay, good point, because two things. Remember in the interviews this past week when she said we're going to win because the data shows that, she was criticized about that. Remember Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez when she said, let's not get excited, everybody, it's one win and it's an outlier. She keeps people in line, and she's right.
She keeps people in line, and she's right. Look, what I've always said, and I will continue to say through when we're pontificating about who's going to be the speaker, that if someone would, you can say what you want about Nancy Pelosi, but she has been effective. And if somebody would like to unseat her, they have to demonstrate, one, they can raise the kind of money she's been able to raise for other candidates, not just herself, and two, that they can keep folks together in the way that she's been able to do that. And if someone can demonstrate even just an ounce of that and can poke at her weakness, I think they will have a path to the speakership. I currently don't know who that person is and if that person exists.
John, I do think that we started tonight's show, I said that it's a very historic night in re-electing Nancy Pelosi as Speaker, and she deserves a lot of credit. I agree 100% with what Kirsten said. She is too often vilified, and all my relationship with her was always very courteous and gracious. But we talk about a new young generation, and you say Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, and Jim Clyburn are 78, 78, and 79 years old. Yeah. Those are going to be the top three leaders of Democrats.
There are old folks on both sides here. Like, I mean, especially if you watch the Kavanaugh hearing, young people were like,
it's about the message.
How can I relate to that?
It's about the message.
Lots of races haven't been counted. There's still things out there that we don't really know about, and it's very close, and we're going to continue to talk about it. It's still election night in America right here on CNN.